looks like we're ready to roll. Take a that right here. So we can post over here. Alright, put it up in here. Yeah. That's good to go.
Do you want to ask your favorite player a question after their match? Forget their in-game settings? The fan zone encompasses fan banners, a player settings channel, and a lot more. Here's how you can join to gain access to interact with fellow fans, cheer on your favorite team. Firstly, join the Discord at pks.gg/discord. Select NA Challengers fan zone. Pick your favorite team from the drop-down menu. And don't forget to show off that banner in Discord and on your socials. And that's it. You're in. You can now interact with fellow fans.
If the guard
ask
is
player
going to
questions,
Sentinels,
and rep your team properly.
With eBay Refurbished, you have a choice of refurbished qualities to best fit your budget. Certified refurbished items are restored by the manufacturer to like new for up to 50% off.
then
This drill was barely out of the box. Soon it will be back to working
when
like
do
new.
we think
Here's how it works. Every item is
the
carefully
guard
inspected.
gets bought by
Any
somebody? And if
imperfections are
that's
fixed
the
by
case,
manufacturer or
do we think that maybe
manufacturer-approved
XQC
vendor.
really
Then it's
is?
tested to make sure it's working perfectly. Once it passes
Looking at
inspection, it's
investing in
given the verified
NA.
stamp of approval.
That'd be interesting. Wouldn't be
Then repackaged
surprised
with
because I
new
mean,
accessories
obviously,
and shipped to its
the
ultimate
team that has
destination.
probably the best chances besides
With
an
certified
M80,
refurbished, you can shop
at
with
least right
confidence
now,
because all our manufacturers go through a rigorous vetting process.
you know, getting
Every purchase
the
comes with
spot.
an
It doesn't matter where
award-winning
you're coming
2-year
from,
warranty,
right? At the end of the day, you
money-back
still have to make it through
guarantee,
Ascension no matter what
and hassle-free returns.
region you're in.
That's
So
what makes it the smarter way to shop for premium
whether you
brands.
think another region's
eBay
easier, harder,
refurbished.
etc.,
Like new products, better than new prices.
you know? Yeah, no. I know y'all know what I'm saying. Give me a second here. I gotta go get little man his Skedio, or no, his beefaroni, because we just got back from picking him up from school. He's got practice tonight, but I did want to at least start and get up to this point. So give me just a minute here, all right, chat? Love you guys.
Hello everyone, Valorant fans. Welcome back to another great day. Week 4, day 2 of the Knights Arena Valorant Challengers League North America. Things are ramping up as teams are looking to secure their spot heading into the face-offs or keep their chance alive. It's going to be a great day for sure. Make sure if you want to get involved in the conversation, you can do so with the fan zone at pks.gg/discord. Joining me for the conversation, though, today, I have with me here Upmind and Sully. It's going to be a great day, guys, but we do need to touch on yesterday's day, which was a pretty quick one overall, as very dominating victories coming out from well, exactly who you'd expect.
Yeah, exactly. And well, I just wanted to say this straight up. I think this entire week is a bit of just like expectation setting for the teams heading into this season that we thought were good. All of the signed teams are facing open qualified teams this week. The lines are drawn, and yesterday they were just solidified with the fact that the signed teams ended up winning.
Yeah, I think that we're like at a certain point in the season where this week's games matter more than anything, and we're going to talk about that as we move forward. But there's a lot of emphasis on every single game. You've got 2 more games left, one more after this week, and every single round matters at this point in time, Sierra.
It really, really does. Looking ahead at our standings, I mean, there's definitely a clear front runner of who's in the top spots looking ahead. I mean, very strong victories. Looking at Group B, M80, of course, yesterday, stamping their ticket to that 4-0. Today, we could potentially see G2 do the same. But considering there's still quite a bit of contention around the middle of the bracket, it's exactly as you said. Going into today and this week, these matches matter so much.
Absolutely. Just look at how close that Group A is. Again, all of Group B is pretty much going to be decided today. We could have more action going in next week if Mad Lions ends up winning, but Group A is going to stay tight until next week. There's a guaranteed at least a 2-way tie going into next week in terms of records for that 4th spot. So overall, we're just getting closer and closer, even though, of course, near the top, not so much.
Hey, the teams that came into this league swinging, I mean, they're definitely showing everybody exactly what they're about, and that'll be really exciting to see going on forward into today because, of course, one of those big teams sitting up there at the 3-0, we will be able to see right out of the gate. It is going to be G2 going up against Turtle Troop. Later on, we'll have the Guard going up against Mad Lions, and then, of course, 3 days in our Valorant week. We're going to have an exciting day tomorrow of matches as well. Shopify Rebellion, Moist Moguls, and FaZe and Oxygen Gaming.
Yeah, honestly, just a lot of really important games moving forward. I think today is probably some of the most important games specifically for Turtle Troops and Mad Lions. But again, we'll touch on that in a little bit. Shopify and FaZe Clan, 2 teams that are, like you were saying, Sierra, kind of in the middle of the pack. That 4-way tie is a really stressful situation to be put in. So again, you're looking at these matchups, you look at the standings. Yeah, every single match matters. And again, I'm going to put a lot of emphasis with a 4-way tie and a guaranteed 2-way tie after this between 2 different teams. It's, you know, every round matters. Round differential is going to be a really big player, I think, as we move forward.
Yeah, going into our first match of the day, G2 up against Turtle Troop. It's Turtle Troop fighting for a chance to claim their own destiny going forward in this thing as G2. I mean, they could lock up what's already a very sure thing going forward into this. And G2, I mean, they have looked fantastic. A couple tiny little stumbles, but overall, just such a strong, cohesive team going forward in Challengers. Yeah,
I mean, overall, this is a team that, in my opinion, has been a really, really overhated team. And I mean that in probably the best way possible. I'm thinking back to, like, when this team got announced. There's just, like, again, there's a stigma around that old Sentinels core of Shazam and Dapper, and I spoke about it last week as well, where you kind of just inherently doubt on this team because of that event, that unfortunate fall that Sentinels had after their reign of dominance. So everyone kind of looked at this team and was like, yeah, we don't, like, you kind of want the name G2 to be a prominent name in Valorant, but given the core that they've got, you don't expect too much. And I personally think they have exceeded every single expectation.
They really have. And I mean, they've talked so much about the importance of this team environment. Coming from different teams, we have parts of the old Sentinels roster as well as V1. And it's mixing together really, really well, all things considered. They've so much focus on this environment, as well as switching things up from week to week, is really just showed they're taking this so seriously. They're looking for redemption. They're looking to reclaim their spot in the big leagues. But we have to touch on the new fresh blood on the roster, of course, Oxy, because Oxy has just been incredible. This one comes from Sam as well, talking to him last week. Oxy's insane. I've been vouching for him really hard since the beginning. He's a young kid, but super humble, really talented, and fun to play with. So hopefully we can keep setting him up to succeed. And We definitely did last week.
Yeah, and you know, I think every single team, Sierra, needs a star player, and that was kind of what Sentinels had hoped when they picked up Oxy, right? When he was on Dark Ratio, he was, in my opinion, not the greatest of Jets.
Who do we got on the desk today, chat?
Kind of wanted more from this kid, and I think coming into week 3 last week, I said it. I was like, hey, you know, Oxy,
and yes,
we want this kid to be the Zekin, we want this kid to be the Trent, we want this kid to be the 10s, we want him to be a star player. And, you know, Shazam has been good at cultivating stars. He's played with 10s in the past, so it was kind of just, you're looking at this team and say it's only a matter of time before Oxy reaches, you know, form or star form, and that's what he did last week. And now I'm looking at him again, say, hey, you went plus 22, you had one of your best defensive halves ever. We want you to maintain that form, and I want to see him reach his peak when he hits that midseason face-off.
And going up this week to facing off against Turtle Troop. It'll be interesting to see.
I think this first game's going to be really
facing
quick,
off
honestly.
Governor, because
I hate to say
Turtle
that.
Troop, I mean, they definitely stepped up last week and being able to take down a win. So it'll be interesting to see this face off here.
Yeah, I mean, overall, it's going to be interesting to see, first of all, how Governor is going to play into this week. Yeah, his stats are actually pretty decent, and if you compare those to the first 2 weeks of VCL, definitely a lot better. The roles are really being solidified for this Turtle Troop team, and especially with the fact that they picked up new support staff, new coaching staff in the last 2 weeks. This is really the culmination of a lot of their preparation. Really, where can we really see each individual be comfortable?
Unless y'all are also hearing that, but
of course, where they're going to be comfortable is going to be that duelist role, Governor versus Oxy in that 1v1. Again, Oxy had a pop-off last week. It's hard to be able to repeat something like that, so I'm just expecting more or less the same stats between the two players, but we're expecting fireworks no matter what.
Yeah, I think this is a really tricky duel just for Governor alone, because you're
so
talking
you just
about
rushed through all your Sprite, now you want
that's
chocolate
in the form
milk.
of Mummy, a guy that hasn't been around in the scene for far too long. So we'll talk about it a little bit as we look at the B-roll for Turtle Troops, but I mean, I just think that Turtle Troops, a lot of expectations are on this team because it's not necessarily you have to win. I mean, I'm going to say you want to win here. You want to maintain at least a neutral record. This is a game where you bring in 2 new players. They haven't had a coach in literally forever. They don't have a coach right now. They lost Jackson, their coach that led them through the open qualifiers, that brought them to this point literally within the first week. He's signed to a new team. So there's a lot for Turtle Troops to say, we need to prove ourselves. Like, this was a team that I had high hopes for, and I just feel like nothing has gone their way, essentially. And yet they're still proving that they have a chance to make it to the midseason face-off, Sierra.
Yeah, and this is the opportunity for them to really be able to seal their own destiny with that, because you want to make sure that you can claim those wins. You don't want to be counting on another team's downfall to maybe try and push you on through. But considering the lack of support staff, considering the 2 new players in here, despite the fact that they have to be doing this all for themselves, the pickup and the win over Moist Moguls last week, I feel like is that glimmer of hope, and I'm intrigued to see with that week what they've managed to put together.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at Adder here specifically. Is like, you talk about that win last week, and it's this guy Adder. These are the stats from that last matchup. Not the greatest stats, not the stats that we expect from a guy like Adder, someone that had been one of the probably the most critical players when it came to that open qualifiers run. And you know, there have been some news that Adder was considering switching to a different team. That might have messed up the practice schedule. They didn't have the full time with Adder. He's elected to stay here in Turtle Troop. So now you've had a full 2 weeks with this guy. You've been day in and day out. You know what this guy's capable of. I'm looking at Adder and I'm saying, hey, there were doubts if you were staying on this team. Now what I want to see is, Adder, you're back on this team. Prove your worth and show that there's a reason why you're still here. And I want to see this guy pop off.
This has the potential to be such a good series between these 2 teams. And with the map select that we have, I'm very intrigued about this one in particular, because there was a couple things that we got to learn about our teams last week. First off, the Fracture pick with Turtle Troop. That was where they took down their first victory against Moist Moguls.
Yeah, I mean, Fracture has been comfortable for Turtle Troop, and this BO3 in general is going to give us some of the most comfortable Valorant between these 2 teams. Turtle Troop, 3 weeks in, have played 3 maps of Fracture. G2, 3 weeks in, have played 3 maps of Haven. And Turtle Troop, going into the bans, same thing with G2, Split and Lotus were both maps that they seemed comfortable with, or at least they seemed comfortable with just leaving out in the open. With G2, however, they have played 6 out of the 7 possible current maps in the map pool already in just 3 weeks of play. G2 are fully prepared for pretty much the entire map pool, and you can see that in the fact that they banned out one of the new maps instead, the only map that they haven't played.
Yeah, I'm interested to look at this map pool because well they don't let Lotus through. Fracture was a map that they lost in week 1 to FaZe 5-13 when we were looking at this G2 lineup and saying, hey, what is this team capable of? The fact that they let this map go through and have elected to say, hey, we're not going to ban Lotus, let's leave Fracture or we're going to ban Lotus and leave Fracture in the map pool. I'm curious to see what advancements they've made because again, we haven't seen them since week 1. It's been 3 weeks since they last played Fracture. Again, lost to FaZe Clan.
Go here.
And I feel like this team has been on upwards trajectory. I'm really curious to see, hey, what changes are coming to Fracture? How do these guys look now on it?
Definitely a couple questions going into today, and hopefully we can get a couple of them answered. Before we get into our series and into Agent Select, though, of course, an opportunity to hear from G2 themselves going into the series.
Up mine growing out the beard. I can respect it. Dig it. Dig it.
Sentinel, G2 Esports. Our team expectation is obviously to win it, but to go further into that, we know in order to win something as big as Challengers, we have to go in looking day by day, map by map, team by team. I think our coach Imi and our assistant coach Danny, and then obviously Shazam, who's our RGL, have been working hard on creating multiple comps for the same map, so we're always trying to be one step ahead, and we can't really get countered because hey, we played double duelist this week, now we're gonna play no duelist the next week, and we're trying to get comfortable playing all of them, and it's a process, but I'm really
also lets you get used to expecting different things on the same map too.
All my teammates are amazing in all their different ways. I would say Whippy is a really good closer. So I can lurk and be more aggressive because I know Whippy is just gonna play bomb and be a little rat outside. So he gives me the security to do what I like to do. Penny is a really selfless teammate. I know whatever he's told to do, he'll do it, no hesitation, and that's a really invaluable aspect to have in a team. Shazam, I've been playing with him since Valorant first came out. Me and him pretty much think the exact same, and it's really easy to help him and know when he's struggling and
I
when
feel like
G2 and I personally enjoy
almost gets the disadvantage of being in the weaker group.
I want to support.
I want y'all to hear me out on that this chat, right? Because
when he's feeling it,
because they don't have teams that push them to the limit more often. When it comes to the mid-season invitational and stuff at the end to work their way towards Ascension,
at least my personal philosophy,
I think they won't have been
really
as used to the challenge.
Communication. If anybody's uncomfortable doing something, or someone really doesn't like how their role is on map or a certain execute, we like it to be very above board and no one building resentment or anything like that. We try to keep it healthy and talk out problems like adults. Yeah, so Turle Troop had some interesting, they seem like they're going through roster changes. Don't really know what's going on in the camp, but going into any match where there's a whole bunch of unknowns, it kind of just throws any counter strat or prep for them kind of out the window, and you just have to focus on playing your own game and being disciplined, not really giving them ins, because at the end of the day, they're going to be less practiced and less refined, so you just kind of have to abuse those holes. I think we just kind of play a tight game. We try not to give leads or throw away economy. Yeah, you just play any advantages. You try to expose their mistakes and capitalize. So.
Makes sense, right? Bro, I feel like I'm just running around like a chicken with my head cut off. I haven't been able to catch up, dude. I apologize, chat. I realize it as I'm kind of sitting around, but I have managed to somehow, with as long as I have been kind of with the schedule, I have somehow managed to overbook myself this week, which isn't a bad thing, right? I was talking about this earlier in Discord, which, by the way, if there is anybody that's wanting to hang out outside of the stream, always definitely feel free to come kick it in the Discord. Community's starting to grow over there. Did they?
Straight into the game, the words of wisdom.
Or is that just like
map number 1 is
word on the
Fracture
street?
and
Oh,
G2.
here we go.
Gus,
Fracture
like I
here.
was saying in the pregame, they have only played this once, and they got slapped up 5-13 to FaZe Clan.
Turtle Troop just last week, they didn't look all too bad on this map. Again, it did go to overtime, but they were playing with 2 brand new players. They only had like 3 or 4 days with those players on this map. This is the map that they played the most. They played it 3 times. They're looking to capitalize again.
Yeah, you know, you talk about like this is going to be a competitive map pool for these guys. I'm concerned.
I am down that way.
We don't know what G2 is cooking up for
and
us.
I am able to.
It's been a few weeks. Is that hey, you know, changes have been made. And they have been making changes.
Can I stay at your crib? Is that an option or no?
Breach is still in the mix. Cypher is there, but no KO, and they're running a double duelist. And I think that's probably the biggest thing because we've been seeing changes, and one thing they've been running is that Neon and Jet, which we are going to see on Haven. We get to see it here on Fracture first.
Yeah, still very excited to see Whippy too. The addition of the Astra, we were seeing more Brimstone before. It was just very linear utility, more or less. Right. Whippy has been an incredible controller over the years. Just needs a better agent to be able to show that.
Yeah, and I mean, I look at Turtle.
No, I was asking because I haven't seen anything about XQC officially signing the guard. I saw that he was wanting to get into Challengers.
3 different agent composition changes on this side of Fracture. Granted, I think the most recent one is because, well, you picked up 2 new players, Mummy and Tig, and we didn't get to talk about them too much, and we have a moment here. Turtle Troop's picking up these 2 players. It's interesting because you pick up Mummy, a guy that hasn't been to this scene for quite some time, right? There was a period when he was on the most dominant team in North America, in the world even, that being on the team of Envy. Kind of went off the face of the earth, doesn't have too much experience when it comes to tier 2 as of late, played a couple of series before joining Turtle Troops, and then for Tig, a guy that IGL'd
unless it's something like
infamous pug
new, because I've been I was humping to get the Nasky interview done.
3 away from qualifying, didn't get there, and now he's here. He's
a guy
that
interview.
I was super excited to watch. I'm happy he's here finally, and I think with his new calling structure, you kind of relieve the calling, the IGLing role from Governor off of him, so he can kind of get unleashed. Put that on Tig, who's been phenomenal in the past.
After 2 weeks, 3 weeks of play, those were the biggest questions that we had about this team, about the leadership, about the calling, the communication. Now they're together. It's been a few weeks now. They're juiced up and ready to go.
Yeah, it looks like G2 want to take early control here of the top side of the map. He kind of just Oxy in this first duel towards A main. Now the realization is back towards A.
No worries.
Drops, and they're going to start to get flooded on here in the A site.
Not too many bodies. Oxy needs a huge headshot. Just keep the sight, but it's not going to happen. There goes the spill from Tig. And actually, this rush into Dish.
Volume's still fine, right? It looks like it's hitting a little higher than yesterday, but it looks like it should still be fine, right?
Fracture was a map that the Nation were super good on, and I give a lot of credit to Tig because a lot of cool ideas. And this one in particular was really nice. A quick exit, that fast lane, isolating the fight against Oxy, pushing him out in towards the open. Puts it now into a 5 versus 2 where Turtle Troops really no worries whatsoever in this round unless some magic can come to the gap.
He starts it off right, close range frenzy. Expected to win a battle like that, but Governor.
Never mind.
Very sharp. And no chance for Dapper Shirley. Governor popping off. 2 quick headshots at the end, but there you go. Turtle Troop.
Watch out, Turtle Troop about to surprise G2 chat.
However, going into this game, Sully, we were expecting more of just like a routine day. These are the type of games that G2, they just want to get out of the way.
Yeah, and that's the thing that I'm looking at this game saying there's going to be nothing held back from Turtle Troops because this is kind of life or death for them. You're 1-2 right now in the records or in the standings. A loss here puts you at 1-3, Gus. So nothing is being held back from Turtle Troops. This is kind of a life or death game, whereas for G2, they sit 3-0. They're pretty comfortable at the top of their bracket. A loss here still gives them a chance to make calls, to make mid-season face-off no matter what. So I think if you're G2,
TTR?
Not worried too much about this game.
Okay.
Still, though, you want to see the capabilities they have and see
the aggression. I can dig it.
That you've maintained for the first 3 weeks.
I like the aggression, actually.
Again, we just want to see that form be solidified. And again, we had so many doubts about G2 somehow going into the season.
Right.
Like you said, of course, about the Sentinel stuff.
What were we thinking?
But like, come on, what were we thinking? We're looking at Penny, first of all. I had a pretty fun game earlier, like yesterday, just like clicking through his match history. and trying to see if there was a match where he didn't top frag on V1 last year. Even though he was playing with the likes of Whippy, with the likes of Zelsis, with the likes of Wardell.
All right.
Even then, the guy was dominant last year, and we just didn't put that much stock in this team. And of course,
we get to see a little something. G2 gets the
overall
rifles
G2,
here.
A lot of underestimation.
This goes here. Oh, this is
Bonus round here for Turtle troops. Leaves them with 2 Bulldogs, 2 Spectres, and a singular Stinger. And again, G2, very similar to that pistol round. It's going to be Penny and Shazam. They're going to do very early here towards the top side of the map, over towards Dish. It's a counter here with a fault line from Monk. That will give them control here, Turtle troops. And Penny's got no response besides relay bolts of his own.
Yeah, the double stun is a crazy idea. They even went for another one. Governor. Now without stuns, he wanted to trap Penny. Just at least get one kill out of that Dish interaction. Instead, grouping back.
I posted about today, man. Like, I feel like my workflow is the.
It might be tough to hold.
Place I'm happiest with, because like the busiest, but I almost feel overwhelmed. I'm not gonna lie.
A little bit easier. And the way that Whippy and Dapper are playing, they're playing very off-site, so they're not going to engage too much in this.
Yeah, they're waiting for smoke frags.
Maybe get a tag, and yes, they do.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get one out of it. There's still another trip there. And the camera, Mame, incredibly low. No ping. Where's the pings? Finally, there it is. Whippy able to get the shot. 2 players going down through smokes. Finally, plant going down. Adder needs this kill. Gonna be able to get it off the Stinger. Has the gun upgrade. A couple of rotations too from G2. They have so much good coverage. TTR completely plugged out, but they're trying to fight back. No way!
No way!
How does he get 2 out of that? Make it a third. A 1v1 now for Tig. Shazam wrapping his way. Coming around the corner. Tig already hears him, and he's playing with his heartstrings. The guiding light gets released. But finally, the defuse. He has a line of sight of it. Shazam is still going.
That's big.
Lifts off. Tig gets the headshot.
That's huge.
A 4K for Tig.
Yeah, that is just an immaculate clutch from Tig. And his individual capabilities alongside his ability to call as IGL is the craziest thing, and why I was so hyped for this Tig pickup. They had only a week to work together before their matchup against Moist Moguls last week. Now they've had a full 2 weeks, and Tig is going to start to implement every idea that he's brought from his previous teams. And bringing in his fragging power, he's a deadly combination with this team. And G2, they'll be forced to reset here, and they're going to be looking to get aggressive towards A main. The south side of the map is going to be the main contention.
They'll figure it out. Appreciate you, buddy.
With control of the south side, they all just want to go together at this point. They have completely left A main, and not only that, completely cut noise after making a lot of it.
Keep the peace between the cats.
It's just the type of slow play that we haven't expected from TTR.
Yeah, no flash there from Tig. Just had covered it through. That would have been a pretty risky play. And he's on 5 HP. No guns here for G2. No ultimates to play with as well. So this one is kind of just cut and dry with these sheriffs. If they can get damage, I think they'll be happy, but it's going to be difficult.
Actually, I'm going to retake a little bit. There's 2 players up in front of sight. Actually get a line of sight onto Governor. 1 player around the corner. And Penny utilizing the Stinger at least for 1 back. 4 kills go alongside it. At least a 4th round for TTR. Not too many guns dropped. Going into the 5th now. G2, they need this.
And one thing I love about this this Turtle Troop side and what you saw last week is they kind of just, they simplified things a lot. Like, they're not overdoing it. Like, especially that anti-eco round. It's not, hey, let's sit back and wait for aggression. No, let's just, you know, we've got the better guns. Let's just make a slight exit work. And that's what that round was right then and there. So G2, guns will come back to the forefront. No attempt at any kind of aggressive crunch, but they are going to try and take the top peak early. We did being the solo smokes player. It's kind of big if he stays alive. It's a big if he goes down there for G2. He doesn't overextend whatsoever. And instead, they start to work the top side of the map where Dish and this A crunch starts to come forward.
It really is just the contact, though, that keep G2 on their toes.
They're working back towards, I'd imagine, A main. There's more control towards this A main side than there is towards B. And they have a Rolling Thunder to work with here as well. And there's still a minute left. So I honestly wouldn't be surprised if we could see a last second pivot. You have the trip working towards Arcade. You're watching your flank here as well now.
They're not setting up breach shield tail. They're just going right into it. Finally, there goes the stun, but actually, G2, they had the right answer for that. Good stuff, Shazam. Now there goes the Rolling Thunder, though. That's all that they were waiting for to try to clear out sand, but nobody's coming out of in main right now. Tig on his lonesome, swinging out. There's only one person on site. It's gonna be Shazam. Picks up the first. And they're gone. 1v1 now. We did 30 seconds left. He needs to hunt the kill to try to get the round. 33 HP. Oxy pops out. And Weeded gets it done.
Gross.
Yeah,
yo, that's 5 in a row for Turtle
That was the
Troop.
most interesting round I've ever
Golly.
watched.
Yo, someone pump the
Shazam
brakes.
is sitting in the pocket
Pump the
of
brakes,
A,
dog. We gotta
waiting to his
calm this
teammates,
down.
And it's all about luck there for Shazam. He gets beautiful timing of the 2 players dropping out a drop. Finds 3 kills and puts an opportunity there for Oxy, but at the end of the day, I'm just bewildered. It comes down to
they're not calling
5
timeout?
HP or 9 HP for Weeded to win out that round. And it's a lot of ultimates lined up. And a B hit being worked here by Turtle Troops as G2 are looking to take a crunch towards the top side of the map.
It's gonna be fast. Dapper
There's no one
has a stinger, so it's just gonna be the one and done probably, right? Just to try to get it. Can't get the rifle back and gets the info for his teammates. That's all he wanted. Whoa.
Ult goes in as well. They still.
That's a lot of util.
What is this? They pop an ultimate as well towards Jenny to try
committing.
and prevent the push. And now G2 are on the back foot.
And it is
Ultimate
rifles
from
versus
Penny.
pistols.
You have the blade storm here for Oxy, and Tig is just lurking around again.
Get your ace.
4K for this guy. He's gonna probably look for the 5th here in a second.
Oh no!
The Trailblazer got destroyed. But Penny now, a very possible 1v3. The HP is full here for Penny.
Planted.
There's a little bit of util still. These positions.
This is a one-on-one.
Entirely
Say
unknown.
Adder
Look
should
at
know
the
he's
HP.
there.
Look at the HP! It was so low on Mame. But the damage was good from him. Weeded just finishes it off.
All right, this is where we pump the brakes. Pump the brakes. Timeout. Timeout. Right.
Extremely clean 6-0 start from Turtle Troops.
Timeout. Yo, we're not gonna call timeout.
It was G2 that
They're.
faced issues against FaZe Clan.
Yo, you ain't
13 to
lying though.
5.
They're playing for contracts.
Wanted to see improvements. I don't know if they have made improvements or maybe Turtle Troops has had them. There's been a comp change, but not much else.
Yep.
3 ults here for Turtle Troops to try and push into this B site. They leave just Dapper, who this time around there's no real contention from G2 towards the north side. This gives a lot of space for Turtle Troops to begin to work the B site, and they start to accelerate forward as well.
Bro.
And way too much even. Dapper just wanted to take advantage of potentially one of these kills, but there you go. Just uses the trips for one smoke kill, takes away the ulti of Governor. That's an even better ultimate.
Seekers
too.
buys him room.
Spreading away some of these players back over towards spawn.
I know exactly.
Barely in the gap. Actually, that's a massive kill to get back in. 3v4 now. He did. He's gonna have to have the first contact here, but you have
he's
Penny
alone.
wrapping around. That aftershock is actually so good though. Penny can't peek off of that. He's gonna peek a little bit late. Weeded head on a swivel, and Weeded finds Penny. Now
Wow,
all 3
that's big.
towards spawn, and Weeded knows it. He's still covering the smoke. There goes the dash,
Oh,
and he gets yet another kill. Mummy finds Oxy after the whiff.
whiffed it.
And it's a
So
3K for
big.
Mummy at the end. A
Oh,
bit of a disaster
bro.
as G2 had the spots they wanted.
It's yo. Can we call it timeout, coach?
Split-second decision
Coach!
to allow
Stop
first
the
of all, one of
bleeding.
his teammates to swing through the Cosmic Divide in front of
Golly.
Arcade, another to come through tower to hold his B main, and that guy Weeded, like you said,
Throw
head
the
on a
damn
swivel,
towel.
pivots and swings around, and wins that round entirely for his team. His
Oh,
positioning is so
jeez.
crucial in the sense that he's kind of the pivot point. Wherever he swings, player is there ready to trade him. Player is there ready for a crossfire, and Turtle Troops have found
Man.
themselves in one of the most unlikely situations we've seen so far in Challengers. A 7-0 lead over the group leaders, G2.
Oh, it's a
God,
long
what
way up
the-
still for G2.
Wow.
The next round isn't going to help them out either.
Whew.
They already used a Blade Storm. I was going to comment on it. Oxy, he has the most ultimate kills throughout this tournament by 5. The Blade Storm has been going so crazy for him on those anti-eco rounds, or excuse me, for those eco rounds. But they don't have it for this round. They have no hope. It's probably going to be an 8-0. I don't know what to tell you, bro. This is just crazy right now. Where did this TTR come from?
It's
Hey yo,
G2 who
we need to
I
check their
feel let
PCs or
a
something,
very
though. This
weak
is
map for them to slip through into this map when
Yo.
they had lost 9-3 on their defensive side against FaZe, so there's maybe a little bit of hope to say, you know, maybe there's an opportunity for them to
Quick
pull a
feet,
comeback on the
quick
attack.
trigger.
They are playing with a double dive setup,
man,
with duelist
bro.
Yeah.
composition.
Cage trigger.
So there's hope there. This is Turtle Troops that,
Camera taken out.
unfortunate to say, removed 2 of the statistically worst players in Challengers, that being Okeanos and Harmful. And, you know, that's not to bash on them. It's a tough world out here. But, yeah, make 2 major changes. With only a week of practice, now you've had that second week, and they are putting up some good numbers here. And I'm excited to see what else they have for the rest of this series.
Gonna be the first pick off the rifle. There's still have Penny in an interesting spot, but that's gonna be it. And the A side just has to be done right, unless, well, Ox is just gonna have to have fun, right? There he goes, able to get 1 headshot. Needs to connect a few more dots, but Weeded is there. Yes, TTR. Again, wasn't expecting much action out of that attack side. If anything, was expecting more of that creativity from Tig, trying to take up more early map control on the defensive side, but again, G2
I mean, what? They're the only NA team not signed. They should be hungry.
Yeah, some of the slower play style that we've seen from TTR in comparison to the last few weeks. Again, 3 maps of fracture so far.
Let's go, G2. This is what you took the timeout for. This round right here.
With the other anti-go saw was just a full exit going to be. This one was sit back.
Only thing though is you got 2 ults and
they got exactly
nothing available on that G2 side.
And this is kind of a pivot point for G2. A loss here resets them. Turtle Troops would be storming to a 10th. And this is a map that just looks so unprobable. And Turtle Troops, with this Rolling Thunder, they're going to work the B site, but they've got a duel here, and it's going to be big here. Vader can win this fight against 3 players pushing him. They accelerate quick.
No, it's only the one. Exactly. He makes the call. Needs to get that control up into tower, into arcade quickly. 2 big kills for now. But again, the defense is still there. Still have Penny back over towards ramp. And Tig, what a position from Tig. Still has a little bit more to deal with. Penny has the right spot. With the Aftershock too, it's a 1v3. Mame is gone.
All right, G2's on the board, baby.
Right when they needed it.
They got aggressive. They earned themselves some map control, played the retake from B main, and made things a whole lot more difficult for Turtle Troops. And I think that Tig kind of goes for a really cheeky play, but it's only good for one. Tucks himself over here towards the connector where Jenny is, and ultimately just splits himself up from the rest of his team where he can't use his flashes to support his teammates. And Turtle Troops losing their first round, that keeps G2 afloat with those 3 players staying alive, still the operator to play with. But for Turtle Troops, you still have that Rolling Thunder. G2, Shazam, not too far off of his, but I don't know if we're going to see that one in this round exactly.
The loss bonus is gone too, so G2 still lose out in this round. They're not out of the woods just yet. The early contact, you can see it's a lot more cautious from TTR, that's for sure.
I think he spotted the operator, so Adder lets to back away. Rolling Thunder to...
It's full 5 on A.
I don't think they're going to full clear Sam like they have been in the past with that Rolling Thunder, just because there's no one to capitalize on that from A main, so... This is a tricky exec. You're going to have to work with this fast lane here to try and get out. And I think this will just be an ult in the site trying to get control. But you can see G2 have tucked into A main. Similar to how they played the B main retake, that's how they're going to do it here.
That ulti would have been so big for Penny, but instead now Oxy actually gets hit by the Rolling Thunder. And he has to stick it in the smoke. Adder, what a shot. Control is there now, but Shazam is dangerously close. Don't think they know he's there, but they still clear the angle anyways. And Whippy just goes out, just really in a 1v4 type swing. Dapper, money dwindled already for G2. The
bro came back with redemption
dwindling here for G2
after they lost a round. Bro, they are just hungry, bro.
This is
my goodness.
Turtle Troops.
Sheesh.
A much cleaner round. I think the last shot was just a wake-up call, but hey, we actually can't just do whatever we want to do to win these rounds. Dapper's going to be just looking to save this rifle. At a 9-1 lead for Turtle Troops. This game is looking to be quite a tricky one for G2. We knew we weren't going to see anything held back from Turtle Troops. This is a deciding game for them if they can make the mid-season face-off and earn those big circuit points. And with what they brought out here, Tig's game plan, it's looking good for them. Still, we're only in map 1, only in the first half. But everyone at Turtle Troops is clicking aim-wise, I feel like.
I mean, that was the image, right, of Turtle Troop going into this entire year. I mean, the team was pretty much comprised of 4 or 5 former main duelists, all players who we would expect to individually pop off, and that just didn't happen. But Tig and Mame, I still think that their fragging potential is near the same. But in terms of the util support, it's exponentially changed.
Fast, aggressive play here from G2 and Turle troops. Another quick B main crunch, and Penny's gonna try and push forward.
Oh, he's gone.
Appreciate
Penny, such an important ulti. Gone in an instant, and Governor rules over.
Come on,
his entire side now. Shazam
I feel
is
like your
close.
Name sounds familiar.
It's gonna be the wall that just red carpet them right into the middle of the site. They were clearing for a few tripwires too. They've gotten tripped up way too many times on these execs. Now G2, 3 players up front. They do have the rolling thunder. It's 2 ult points still for ultis. Oxy actually gets one back.
Oh, magic fingers!
But still, Governor finally pulling out the overdrive, and Shazam is going like double digits before the half is over.
Second, bro.
That post from Turtle Troop. They anticipate the retake. They anticipate the rolling thunder. Outer plays towards arcade.
Yo, G2 is just getting smacked right now.
It's such a simple idea, but in the moment, you can get lost. And Turtle Troops were not lost whatsoever. They had the read. And G2, they tried to replicate their success from the one round they won, which is a get aggressive in B main, take that control. Doesn't work there whatsoever. Now they're playing with scraps, and Turtle Troops standing 10-1 over their opponents. What is the answer here? Late Storm is out for Oxy, and they're going to try and push A main, but that's all the control you're going to get. And Turtle Troops are respecting that.
Cats, man. These best friends one minute, and they want to like fight each other next. I can't deal with it, man.
It's probably the most intense thing that we've seen from G2 so far. All the way up is the double duelist. They're gonna get caught by the trip, and that's gonna push the push from arcade soon, probably. Info from A right now. Tig is just pulling off such a good fake. Exactly.
Governor's
2 players
go
are
up here
stuck
with
here
the
on
magic
B.
fingers.
They were thinking about rotating, but Dapper is still here. Governor just needs to shut him down, and they have the sight. Still a tripwire up front too. That could be a big assist. Dapper using the stinger, still alive. Tripwire still in sight, but even then, the rest of TTR, they're hungry for blood. They're going hunting. Everyone else but Dapper going down, and now he's on his lonesome.
Dapper's got the Phantom
1v3. Neat and tidy Dapper
30 seconds left.
is done for. 11-1.
Jeez, man. G2 just looks.
What an astounding.
Either G2 is flat-footed, man, or I mean, really, Turtle Troop just be hitting different right now.
An abysmal look for G2, a team that we had expected and we had hoped that this is a team that lives up to the expectations set in week 2, set in week 3. The expectations from week 1 was that this team was not gonna be a top contender. Here, they're not a top contender. Turtle Troop are all over them in that first half. And in this second half, it's, hey, Oxy, you gotta come alive. This is your half. He's always been better on the attacking side.
I mean, I hate to state the obvious, but it needs to start here with the pistol round.
Maybe, by some grace, make this comeback happen.
Listen, the comp changes for G2 mean that they want a little bit more support on the attack. So let's see if they've got it. They make their way out of sand, but there's 3 people in A main for TTR, and they've got these players at G2 completely stuck. They have control of Spike, but they are getting pinched. Penny is through.
Bro, look at how quick they're playing.
There goes the big spray, but still Whippy getting the trade back. But TTR has all of them
They're
in the
just
palm
like
of their hands.
aping the ever-loving shit out of them, bro. Like, golly.
Just a really, really big team fight between these two teams, and Turtle Troop calmly are able to deal with it. Those 2 players, I think it was Shazam and Penny, or apologies, Mummy and Governor were ready for that kind of crunch, so they played together there. Win out the 12th round, a 4-up for G2, and a possible 13-1 against group leaders in Group A. G2 have got everything to play for here with this 1 round in this map.
Can't believe how abysmal their
tier
buy
list
is.
for what though?
That's why they're going some crazy contacts right now. Just trying to make sure they're baiting in some of these players into a 1v1, get them into their space. But now in goes Penny, trying to clear sight. But there's 2 players here.
Like a tier list overall, and then a power ranking.
There's still 2 players here for Turtle Troop. The stakes are still very much high. Governor still here. Dapper still looking for the swing. The pistols are dwindling little by little, and it's the SMG doing all the work. Governor still has one more in front of him. They're all gone.
Jeez,
The
13
Troop
to
are
1,
feeling
bro.
juiced. It's 13 to 1 over G2.
Jesus.
That is an outrageous first map scoreline. Like, we literally just started the broadcast, and Turtle Troop are whipping out a 13 to 1 against G2 Esports, who again currently sit 3-0 in our groups. This is an outrageous scoreline. It's something that, you know, yeah, changes were made to make this team better, but I did not think it would make them this good.
Surely, right? But last week, they showed us the silver linings. They showed us the organization of this team, but Fracture was so close. It was so ungodly close against Moist, a team near the bottom of this group. So now they face up, on paper, a better team, and G2 just couldn't catch up.
And it's questions of, yeah, did G2 let this map through because they had looked better, they had made better changes? No, I think it was just
they have so many maps.
Split, they weren't comfortable on Lotus, and so I'm concerned for G2. It's like, if this is a map that you had intended to improve on, I'm afraid for our second map. I'm afraid for the second map of Haven, where, yeah, both teams have experience on that map. This one was undoubtedly one of the weaker maps for G2. But man, Turtle Troop, I don't think it's a testament to how poorly G2 played. It's a testament to how well Turtle Troop played.
I mean, it's
definitely more about G2.
Again,
more
G2
about
had
Turtle
the same
Troop,
amount of
but
experience
golly.
as Turtle Troop. Again, Turtle Troop have played Fracture every single week of VCL so far. G2, they've played Haven every single week.
Oh, the first
of VCL
game's
so far.
over.
So we're going to see that
not
veteran
even
side on Haven
440,
right
my
after the break.
guys. Holy shnikes. Our first map, I should say. Golly. Oh. Golly, bro, that's insane. Also, does anyone know, when does daylight savings kick on for spring? It's coming up, isn't it? Oh, it's this weekend. The only problem is I think now, like, when I do APAC stuff, it's closer to the start of school's time for Z, but it's all good. Yo, have you guys seen this stuff about all the hate Mr. Beast is getting about his new video? Like, I know this is nothing new every time he makes a video like this, but... it's crazy, actually. Like, I don't understand, like, it's proof that, like, people are just sad to be mad, you know?
Turtle Troop heard that they had to take their destiny into their own hands, and they are not messing around whatsoever. That was... I don't even know where to begin to describe what happened. A 13-1 against G2 going on in week 4. This is a Turtle Troop like we haven't seen before, and honestly, I am here for it.
Yeah, it was honestly an outlandish scoreline. I was like, how is this even possible from Turtle Troop? Because it was 2 weeks ago, they literally had 2 major changes happening, right? And I'm like, okay, you know, it's supposed to improve your team. Yeah, okay, nice. You won your first best of 3. Going to this one, you have to, you know, improve that standard. You've got a longer time, but man, they blew it out of the water this time. 13-1 against G2, Sierra, is an unreal scoreline in my opinion.
I mean, Abide, where did this Turtle Troop come from, honestly?
Where did they come from? It just had to be developing in the last few weeks because, again, Turtle Troop, they had always been here in terms of the individual fragging power. We mentioned that 2 of their players weren't exactly doing that, but they were picked up onto this team to be that all-star, to always have that sort of fragging potential. But once those 2 players leave, and now you have 2 players who are recently proven to at least be able to play their positions well, you're allowing all of your fraggers to just go out and have fun. You're letting pretty much everyone on TTR off of their leashes after last week.
Yeah, and I'd love to hear words from Tig, especially Gus, is like how much impact he has, because I think that's what we're both thinking right now. So we're looking at that game like, yeah, this is a Turtle Troop that is playing a much more simplified version of Valorant. And I think the Fracture side was very similar to what Tig brought to the nation when he was in that open qualifier run. A lot more of kind of contact plays, working parts of the map that were really crucial to getting map control. And I was a big fan of the way Turtle Troop approached that game. Weeded really stepped up to the plate, in my opinion, as he always does. Now for G2, though, and you're looking at it here, Oxy at the bottom is kind of unheard of, in my opinion.
Yeah, to say the very least, and especially because the guy had op multiple times on the defensive side. We wanted to see so much more out of him, and of course Penny too, purely because we're watching Fracture and any duelist on defense. We expect to have a little bit of fun over towards the main choke points. But overall, the image, the vibes coming into this week, I was actually able to talk to Tig yesterday privately, and not to quote anything, but just to tell you the vibes. It's straight up very confident. I don't know how to tell you. They actually feel confident currently about their play and about their improvement, which is just leagues beyond what we saw just 2 weeks ago.
Honestly, if they continue to play how they did on Fracture, then that confidence is so warranted. It's unbelievable. I mean, it was incredible, but I want to see now going forward what they're going to be able to do, because Fracture, I don't think it's necessarily been a great look for G2 before, so going on to Haven could be a different story. But the thing is, G2 last week on Haven, this was also a little rough, and admittedly a map that Shazam said they shouldn't have won.
I mean, it wasn't perfect, right? But they've always had a decent Haven, but I guess you're right. Not a good result versus Breakthrough, different result versus Oxygen. They keep trying different things every week. It seemed like Oxy had to be the hero last week for them to be able to get the win. So I guess you're right, Sierra. Haven isn't exactly as confident as we expect going into this.
It's kind of like they rely, like you said, a lot on Oxy, and I'm just going to compare it because they're running a very similar composition to what we just saw on Fracture, in the sense that we're running another double duelist. It's going to be a Jet and a Neon, unless some crazy changes have happened here for G2. So I'm looking at it and saying, all right, Penny, not the best of games, Oxy, not the best of first maps. There's a lot riding on, I feel like, between these two guys because of how instrumental they are and how big Penny's util is to break fault lines, to break lines of sight, to be able to take space. And same thing for Oxy, like you said, a lot of
if they get this thing done,
it was based on the fact that this guy, Oxy, was just popping off with random 4Ks, clutching out the craziest rounds.
Especially if they have another game like that, bro.
Going into this as well,
like yesterday it started like an hour early.
What we've seen from G2 on Haven could maybe raise a question mark or two, but the thing is too, coming up from Turtle Troop, we actually haven't gotten to see anything from them regarding Haven. I mean, they haven't necessarily banned it out, but it's just also really never come up here at mine.
Well, I think that's sort of the magic of all of these first few weeks in terms of picks. G2, they had their own game that they were playing. They were completely avoiding Bind and Breeze, so they could just keep up with the modern patch with the update that we're on right now. But then we end up having now Turtle Troop, who played only 3 maps out of the current 7. So they've been pretty much withholding all of these picks, all of this information the entire time. Of course, now they have a bit of a different structure. But in terms of just the positions on this map in general, we don't know.
I mean, is that a good thing or a bad thing? Do they also not have the reps in, right?
I mean, they're definitely a team that's putting in the work, coming in every week. They like to try and innovate.
You know what I
mean?
mean?
To try and make sure they can never be stratted against. So you have to imagine then too, with Haven last week going how it did, there has to be something up their sleeve for them to pick it again this week. It's time for the agent select out and to see what they have planned.
Well, Gus, I'm astounded. Again, I'm still thinking about that first map, 13-1. What's the shake-off? How are G2 going to be going? How are they going to approach this second map?
I mean, this G2 team, I have a feeling that they have the right mentality. Shazam, Dapper, they've been playing top FPS for, I want to say like 5-6 years now. Emmy, been coaching for the last 3 years, head coaching for the last 3 years.
I don't know, overall, it'd be like really, I think this pistol round can be really big on the mental, right?
Questions.
Maybe not so much the pistol round, but like if they lose the pistol and then they lose round 3, it's over.
There's a Viper instead of a Cypher here.
Even though it's technically not, but
very
like,
comfortable from the Cypher and someone that I love.
There's just no way.
Play Cypher. The way he's able to control the backside of C, the way he's able to, if he wants to, switch up the setup there over towards A. I think this is probably the biggest change we're going to see. I'm super interested to see what they've been cooking up because in lock-in, teams play Viper Haven. Every single team, I feel like, had a different Viper meta for this map. And so to have G2 pick out the Viper here, Dapper's got some we've got some questions for Dapper, and I'm so interested to see if he's going to answer the call.
Yeah, a lot of the questions include how are the other roles going to be playing around Dapper? How is Whippy's controller role now being affected? Let's see. First round going down. It's gonna be a lot of action
posted.
from
Did you
TTR
send it to me in
towards
Discord
the
too,
A
offhand?
area, but it's more of a default.
Can you put it?
GT 3 in mid.
To get them this crazy mid control. And it's
content
leaving
chat.
Garage kind of out to dry. They
Under
set
editor
Penny up
stuff for me.
in a
I appreciate you. I love you.
position where he could get 1, 2.
He's letting him go.
Knows that they go through, gets the dink.
There's the
and
rush.
He's there for the swing.
Yeah, there's still a second person over towards mid, watching up that nest position.
Yeah.
It's just the 1-for-1, considering the garage interaction. But with this, G2 is actually completely abandoning B.
Because not even that.
The list is all regions, right?
He's just watching for any pushes into A connector.
I think I do a power ranking on each region
One
personally.
smoke. Gonna be able to clear out the A link. Clears up B link instead. There goes the exec. It's going to be Penny in the back line. Spike is going to be covered. Weed is right in front of the smoke, waiting for that jet to go through. And indeed gets the interaction he wanted. Penny in the back line has been waiting for such a long time for this. 2 HP, and he's still able to get a kill out of it. Dapper Shazam with 2. Weeded now the last one remaining in a 1v2, but he has 15 HP and a hope, and that hope is gone.
I can do
big
like
round for
weekly
G2
regionals, but then do like every
already as good as last map.
Couple weeks do like
Loving
a
the trade
global,
setups there,
you know?
G2. A push down towards A or towards mid, and I was kind of wondering, okay, how is Penny getting out of this? And he tosses a stun, the wall goes up, allows him to slip away. G2, they get the first round here, and we're looking at this guy Oxy to pick up where he left off last week, and this was the map where I was thoroughly impressed with him. Winning it out against Oxygen 13-11. Oxy was plus 22 in that series, plus 7 on the defensive side. One of his best defensive halves to date. So now here on Haven, a map where they're much more comfortable on it. Oxy, can you answer the call? Are you going to have that form that we wanted and that we expected from you that we didn't get in that first map?
Yeah,
Not going to be the one with the contact this round. Stop. Could easily come out soon. They're facing pistols.
Because that way,
TTR,
too, I can also do it like legit, not just put it into S tier, but like put them in order in each tier and stuff. You know what I mean? So that way it's essentially still a tier list, or like power rankings, in a sense.
Still, again, it's these types of rounds where Governor, or we did, high headshot percentage players can go off with these pistols, as they usually have. It's going to be the solo on the front side. There goes Whippy. Bringing him down. Easy ult points as he has a 3K on the round.
1 enemy remaining.
No extra credit. Really, the Sheriff is going to be picked up by Tig. Oh, my God. Okay, never mind.
Nice shot.
What a shot.
Tig on just 12 HP. It's
30 seconds left.
Key here that G2 walk away with these, I imagine, 3 extra guns. I was going to say 3 rifles, 2 SMGs, and the 1 Guardian. But Turtle Troop,
body shot. Not
really much you can do in this round. It's G2 though that I'm looking at. I'm looking at Dapper and say, hey, he's changed up the wall for the second time in this game.
So who are your 5 S tiers then, if you don't mind me asking?
Basic wall that switches across from B over towards A, kind of as a defensive wall where maybe we see G2 play a bit more retakey. It was only Shazam playing there in the pistol. That last round as well was kind of him asserting control, and then eventually it was, as you saw on the minimap, Oxy to pull away. So G2 have definitely mapped out how to play this. Yeah, there's another wall variant. They've mapped out how they want Dapper to play Viper here, and I'm going to be interested to see how they work it.
Now Dapper's going to have that full control over towards C long, and he still has coverage for both B and Garage. Oxy again. We mentioned the sharpshooter, but we haven't really seen Guardian play from this man. He picked it up in the last round. He does get a little bit of damage.
Is it a little loud?
But this position is so important.
A lot of map control here for G2, and it
looks like it's a little loud. I wasn't sure earlier.
Back for it. The drone does force Oxy off, but look at where Penny is.
Exactly.
That's going to allow Shazam to pivot back towards the B site. And Turtle Troop have
realized
what
will be your 5 S tiers?
This Viper wall is just such a nuisance. And now
with this
finally
wall,
Tig can slip through.
They have to clear out the cubby. They have to clear it out with a little bit of utility, make some noise. The dry peak is going to leave them susceptible.
Couldn't tell if it was too loud before. It looked like it was hitting higher than yesterday.
Out of Garage just gets exposed, and now G2, just like that, down to 3.
Spike.
You're kind of hoping there if you're G2 that you don't have to worry about that area garage. Good trade from Oxy, 3 versus 3, but he's quite the ways away from this retake and needs to get back into the mix with his team.
Once the smoke dissipates.
Okay, no, you're good. I just wanted to make sure because, like I said, I was noticing on like my levels.
But it's gonna be all on Oxy to clear.
It looked like it was hitting a little higher than yesterday. 2
players in the back line. However, there goes Shazam with a big first kill off the SMG. 2 players behind the wall though.
Even though
they can't get shot, they have to wide swing it, and they still have shock darts.
Ooh, nice shock dart.
Nice
shock darts.
Disappears in a flash. 1 person remaining, and probably gonna have to save off of this. Try to get the kill and get the heck out of dodge, but good stuff finally from TTR.
Yeah, Tig just being able to slip through into garage when broke that round. You can see Dapper was not ready for that kind of play. And him being the solo C player, that instantly gives up the sight. G2, maybe a gap in this defensive structure where if maybe you had a Cypher there, all you need is a trip there instead. There are trade-offs between both of those agents. And G2, I think it's a good time to call a timeout because now you forgot how do we plug that gap. That's probably going to be a big gap if you let that remain open, and that's an area that Turtle Troop are going to be looking to exploit over and over in this map.
Yeah, probably going to have to
maintain. I don't know how that popped up. I'm sorry, Chad.
A line of contact in that area pretty much for the rest of this half if they plan on, of course,
that's my bad.
Playing up the Viper over towards C. But
my bad.
I still feel like Dapper can be very fluid. We could have the double duelists playing up over on C instead and having the Viper anchor. A lot of okay options still for G2, but a lot of thinking to do because TTR, again, don't want to be leaving gaps like that open. It's a very obvious mistake, not one that G2 has been making.
And a very weird buy for G2 here. And you're going to see in a second the way they kind of sort their money out.
Oh, yeah, wow.
3 sets of light armor. And Whippy's not really going to have a gun here on this defensive side as well. And G2 going to switch the wall back up to try and establish this A control where Shazam goes in towards sewers. Or maybe it's a switch up this time around. It said Shazam is going to send the early guiding light. That will set them up here for this control. When the Turtle Troop got on the plans, they get aggressive. They want this long control because they know how pivotal it is to G2, and they've won it.
Penny has taken this spot almost every single round now. That Trailblazer might have still spotted we did.
I don't think so. Even if it did, you can't really do anything about it. The presence is known, and that's what you
have to walk out of that smoke.
You want them. You want G2 to know you're here.
Deploying drone.
Force G2 to make a move. Force to potentially put out some util, and that's exactly what they're doing.
He swings.
Right, Penny is just now holding. He's holding as if there's just people coming in from spawn instead of being in those cubbies.
Mummy just needs 1 kill. If he's the one to take this swing, he gets the ultimate.
Double swing.
We did instead. Huge. And that's going to be the pop on A now.
2 in the back line. Shazam does still have 1 single flash to use, but there's no more util now. It's just going to be the raw swing. In goes Governor, 1v1 against Oxy, 1 player behind smoke, and he has to run for the hills. Easy stuff for TTR. 2 1v1s and a Hunter's Fury.
The timing of that wall is so unfortunate. It comes up a half second too late, and that's all that Governor needed to break through, forcing G2 now to a 3-man save where they only have 300 credits split between these 3 players.
Jeez.
450 amongst all 5. And Turtle Troop.
Also, Turtle Troop, I realized, already announced something that's coming. I don't know if they are already in talks of getting picked up or what. Imagine they get picked up by XQC and then they have this nasty of a first week. That'd be sick.
Control. And if you're G2, it's another thing you're going to have to fix up. Because that round, the way they tried to solve the garage play was they put 2 players there this round. And that kind of weakened the A and B holds.
Yep. That's what I was saying. I mean, at some point, you do end up pivoting. You call it, right, a controller in terms of the Viper, but their role here is being a Sentinel.
For sure, yeah.
But, God, you have to rely on that 1 Sentinel to cover 1 site, or else you're going to have a gap. It's probably 1 Initiator playing up a site instead, or 1 Duelist playing up on their own instead. It's a lack of that firepower that G2 is just going to keep playing that game of checkers, or game of chess probably, right, in the next few rounds.
Yeah, such quick communication, Turtle Troop. I don't know, you might have caught it there on the replay, but as soon as it was Governor that spotted the player on Graffiti, an instant swing for that Hunter's Fury. And G2, they're going to try and plug the gaps on A and Garage with 2 players. But a fault line keeps Oxy off the angle. And once again, it's Turtle Troop that have the better of them in this A instance.
And again, it's such a scrappy buy. They need to fight for all of this. The Rifles need to take advantage of their angles. The Marshal needs to get a first contact, but none of that is happening. Oxy has to be under this smoke. They're gonna re-clear it. There goes the swing. Oxy is gone. Plant will go down. No util for G2. Be able to deny this. And so much put into this round.
The question is this another possibility of a save?
Exactly.
Can you find a kill to make the retake happen? And already Dapper's starting to peel away, maybe looking for a lurk, maybe looking for a flank. For Turtle Troop, 3-2. It's simple, it's effective. Take a long control, get a pick and explode onto the site with an ultimate. You take back the lead here. G2 held on to a lead in this series for a grand total of 2 rounds. And Turtle Troop are setting themselves up financially. And yep, G2 will elect to save to try and have some guns. Whippy is just caught in the middle of the site. I don't know why.
No, he's chasing for exits.
Got a Spectre in, so I don't think it's big guys.
Well, utilize it. I don't see why not. 19 HP. NTs. But they did no damage on the take. The SMG didn't even have a chance of picking up a few players that could have been damaged. Into the next, I still didn't expect you to... well, first, to be able to save. Yes, they can buy.
Yeah.
But surely they save at some point.
It's weird. Because they had saved 2 rounds in a row now. First, the round previous to that one was 3 players saved. This time it's only 2. So their buy's a little bit shaky. Oxy's gonna push sewers and try and get control. And Dapper's all the way on the A site. They have given up almost all of C completely. And there's a fault line change here as well. Instead, they go for sewers control. So Turtle Troop are adapting very quickly here.
Well, they see that Molly.
All right,
Surely that's already a sell.
I like how quick they've been pushing again even on this map.
Information throughout the map. See where the gaps are. Now that the all-important Viper's
Shazam's
there.
a little delayed pushing up. I like this.
Shazam is trying to retake this space back. There's still 3 players.
Spikes around the corner. Shazam holds the angle.
Crossfire between both long and short. Thunder will take the cut.
No way!
Oh, that's big.
Ready! Shazam!
Yeah, that's a huge give up. I'm not gonna lie. Shazam getting 2 there is unreal, and that could put the round in favor of G2.
Now, Weeded still has control of Spike, though. He could still very much go back. Nobody's covering up short right now, and it's still a 3v4. Only a 1-man advantage, gun advantage still. Weeded is looking for a pick, though. He gets a pick, and he might be able to TP here with the Spike, but he's so incredibly low. Shazam is going to play 50-50. He wants to play peekaboo with this. Smoke's going to go down. The players have no idea that somebody is coming up short, but they might be too far gone. Oxy only has a Marshal here.
Shazam heard the dart go. Shazam heard the dart go, but he's a little bit late, and Oxy just trying to stay alive. And Shazam here with the flank, and nobody here in Turtle Troop is wary of. Nobody is ready for it. And
Adder's got room on the backside.
That's it.
Shazam, he's over towards long, and Adder can cover this.
Nice.
68 HP, and he's gone. Adder, well done, helping out, taking a 2v4, and now put themselves in a 2v1. Whippy, an SMG, and a Hope.
This would be an outrageous 5v3.
Both in the corner. That sucks. Unfortunate with Mr. Whippethan.
He doesn't like him. He's not gonna expect him there.
Still gonna go.
Oh my goodness!
Whippy! The intuition, but Adder still very much gets the kill.
And that's Turtle Troop who...
And if they can win this round, they break their econ again.
How cover this 5v3? It's a pick in towards Garage, and I personally think it's just Shazam getting really unlucky with the timing.
Yeah, one player
Oxy goes down. It's a 1-for-1 trade on site, and then Shazam, you did a good job of winning those first 2 fights, but you can't ask for too much from him after he wins 3. Turtle Troop are going to switch up the exec. A hit now towards the C site. There's a full kit of util here for Dapper to play with, and Oxy, as you said, with the op towards B, is not going to be here to slow them down.
Yeah, delay here with the mollies. Dapper needs this kill on the Governor, but Governor now pulls out the Blade Storm, but Oxy is here with the op, getting up a big frag, and nobody else is on site just yet. There goes the Blade Storm. Oxy with 3 now, always popping off with the Blade Storm if you give him a chance. But Tig now pulls back the round within 1. Penny in a 1v2. And Adder is gonna go down. A classic 1v1 here. Penny versus Tig.
Tig has got his sprint online. He's definitely got charged for it.
You can get the ult orb.
I don't think. I just don't think you want to risk that kind of timing. He definitely has a double shot lineup. He's got a full kit of util here with Tig.
Standing ahead.
And a very deep dart. going to buy him time to at least position himself, and this is where he decides to go.
Good
There's
luck.
a lot of advantages in this peak. Penny's the one that's forced to swing, and Tiga's going to be ready for it here. Better HP too.
Here we go.
Oh!
Penny!
Oh, wow.
Snap
Penny
back
with
to
5
Tig, and
HP
his
in
head
a
is
dream.
gone. Penny had no chance
Damn.
at that once the spray started going from Tig, but only one bullet connects.
Sheesh. Did I just lose all audio? I just lost all audio, right? Okay, they're saying on the mainstream too. So it's definitely the mainstream. Bro, we're still no sound, huh? Oh, man. Dude, not like this. Oh, brother. Hold on. Pew, 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 pew. Right? Magic fingers. All right, tied up 4-4 though. Yeah, I love Twitch chat, bro. Like, Twitch chat is always like the best when it comes to esports. I don't know about you guys. Should we just turn some music on at least so it's not like too quiet? Is that good? Making the push up here in the mid. Real quick spike. Not gonna be able to get it down though because of the gravity well. Hunter's Fury available to Turtle Troop if they can back this thing out. Which they've at least got Tig back, so. Only problem. Oh. I'll say the only problem is they don't really have much. Ooh! Oh, okay, Adder. Turtle Troop walk away with round number 5. All right, so Turtle Troop starts off with getting a quick pick down C, but they're actually rotating this thing. Looks like possibly over towards A. Aldrone at least gets him a good clear down A long over here. It's a big round for G2 because if they lose this round here, they're reset. 2v2 now. I'm confused. Okay, never mind. That made more sense. Oh! Gives him the one way. There it is. That's going to be a big round for Turtle. Bro, is Turtle Troop about to take down G2? There's no freaking way, right? By the way, just for clarity chat, that's main stream without audio, not me. Just so we're clear. So more than likely makes this 7-5 here. Unless you happen to have G2 be able to push off on a Shiko, but... I mean, Oxy's pushed up pretty far, but I don't think he's going to catch... Oh, he might. He might. Oh! Oh! Oh, he got 2. It's interesting that you see them backing down here from B, though. Adder, come on around. That gives him control of C here. All right, what do I know? You know? That's what that proves. It's all good. And they're both separated, so you can't even like double swing. They're going to have to try and peek both ways. Although they're better off if they can try and find a rifle. I mean, I think if I'm Penny, I guess there's really no sense in saving. You're going to be able to buy an extra anyways. Never mind. Let's say Penny definitely pushes forward, though, because they've got the rifle. Is it all up to Shazam, though? 3v1. Turtle Troop gets round 7. They'll be able to buy rifles here on this next one, but... All right. This is one of those situations, though, where, and I know we've talked about it before, chat, where I kind of wish they just put the timeouts up here. Like, all the time. Oh! If he would have just stayed still just a little bit longer, he probably catches Governor off there. It looks like it's about to be 8-4 going in the half for G2. There's no way, bro. That's crazy, man. And there it is, 8-4 at half. Wow, bro. And it is 5:15. And Turtle Troop is 5 rounds away from this game already, like the whole matchup being over. That's insane. Whew.
Pistol here is, as you said, Gus, I think you consider a 3-1 record for G2. The Pistols just swing so much momentum financially in your favor, and it's going to be hard.
We got sound chat.
That kind of comeback.
Woo!
For this pistol round, Turtle Troop
Let's go.
I've gotten aggressive here towards C, where Adder's going to throw a deep cam, establish early control.
Things happen,
I
man.
don't know if Viper Ball does anything. I mean, the double control makes you can exit either site here.
Sure, exactly that.
Cam gets broken, so not a lot of info there for Adder.
I don't have too many problems, surely. It's just gonna be this now. Adder going up into line.
What?
He lines up so many headshots. Shazam and Dapper are down so low. Adder,
bro,
doing his job to say the least.
It's a nice smoke there as well. Really well timed. This is gonna buy time and allow plays like that to happen. Governor gets aggressive, and that breaks down the lurk there from Oxy. And G2, with 2 players on a collective 22 HP, you've got 122 between these 3 players.
They're trying to fight for spawn. Dapper's gonna be the first with a swing, and he's down so low. Dapper even has a molly too if he wants to play post plant. But Governor around the corner easily takes out Dapper with a body. But those flashes are actually so debilitating. Dapper is getting hit by it. And it's just a little dancey dance in the back line. Governor completes the round with 4. Blade Storm coming very soon.
The Governator.
W2 here for TTR.
Yeah, that's it out. That's Governor is just on a heater right now.
We got
that head-to-head between him and Oxy, he cleared this series. The defensive side is, you know, where G2 struggle, where Oxy struggles typically. But I think you're just running out of rounds to say that if Oxy is a better attacking player, he can turn up here. That pistol round was a big deciding factor because now you're playing.
Bro, we saw M80 speedrun this shit yesterday, and now
loss. So a lot to ride on here in this round. And another wall switch up from Dapper, this time leaning towards the A side. It's going to be G2 that work out towards mid.
Crazy.
And this time, Turtle Troop are playing a lot less aggressive. Adder doesn't go for that deep camera.
Oxy, last week on attack.
Smoke is a little awkward, I'm not going to lie. It gives
I guess technically it'd
Oxy
be
a chance to poke through and dash into sight.
18 and 8.
Oh, the triple.
This chat was last week, plus 10. Has a couple of opportunities on his way up to C. TTR doing a very good job of evading any sort of contact.
This is a great gamble. Not even a gamble from Turtle Troop, just a realization that all G2 did was break trips. They're starting to rotate 4 players here. Faith in Adder's camera to get the information. And they've given up B completely. 45 seconds left. I think Turtle Troop have just elected to say, hey, we can play retake B. We've got better guns.
Yep.
Let's make this gamble happen. It's a big round, too.
They were already setting up for retake C2. Now it just continues. The pistols on the front side going to have so much trouble, surely, against these close-range SMGs. Oxy on the front lines. Oh, Tig is fully flashed. Has no chance of killing him, but again, there's 4 players here for a reason. 3 other chances for the SMGs to be able to overwhelm. And indeed, they take advantage. G2, it's now or never.
And this is
insane,
right?
Man.
A loss here, reset, possible 12 for 12.
I don't even know what to think about challengers anymore.
Comeback. So this round means
other than
really
the fact that
M80
is just
and this round
that
also
good.
means everything for Turtle Troop. Playoff contention is still up for Turtle Troop if they win this game. I almost said when. I'm riding the Turtle Troop high right now, but yeah. This is a big round for both of these teams.
I mean, we're looking at a 3-0 team that has only put up 5 rounds.
Yeah, this is a Turtle Troop team that this round means has implications for the season, for the split.
Absolutely.
This round has implications only for this map from G2. Those were the stakes going into this series.
A little bit more concentrated here for G2, though. Now with the rifles, they have Adder in their crosshairs. And Oxy just can continue to go wild, but not able to get the pick. No, 2 players in the back end. It's going to be Penny.
The Governator.
Governor. Is he the king of the Blade Storm now? 2
they win this round, they reset the...
Little bit more from Governor as well. He's just going to hold the line. Take us on a flank. Take us on such a late flank. And Governor, no dash.
Right click.
Right click available. But doesn't get it. Shazam somehow finds another double.
He brought it all the way back, but do they know about Tig? Absolutely they don't. Tig gets the frag, and now it's a 1v2 for Whippy. He's cooking something up. He's whipping up. What? Whippy! Reconned out. Sticks to the plant, and Tig has an easy frag.
It's an unfortunate gamble that You have to take him from that position. And Whippy, pressure's on him. It's hard to make the decision. You need the plant, maybe bait out a swing, but that's the round that breaks G2's back.
Damn, man.
Turtle Troop looking to get 12.
And they're gonna buy up here.
This is a team that, you know, you look at this match and you say they're
I guess they're not
one.
really buying
G2
up,
just
but
did way too good. This was a map that I said, hey, we're probably going to a third map. That's the way G2 played last week. It's the way Oxy looked. This has been anything but that. This has been Turtle Troops banding together to try and make this work. And this is a team that, with the 2 new lineups, the 2 new additions, they're juiced up.
A long way up for G2, where they're given quite the route to make their way back into this game. A linear path into the A site. Play a bit of post plan here.
Nope.
No, they can't. No, absolutely not. They can't. They put Penny on the plant with barely any HP whatsoever.
Right.
And Dapper is in the same business, 76, but no more shocks. Adder's gonna go down to the SMG. Still a man advantage.
dude.
After Shock is gonna clear the front sight, give Governor the space to work with. Whippy, for all his troubles, he's not gonna get the clutch that we saw last week. That is 12 on the board for Turtle Troop. And G2 with one final buy to try and keep them off of it.
Chat.
This has been a shocker of a series from map 1, a 13-1 win. And now here in map 2, Turtle Troop are towering over the G2 Giants. The North American Giants in Group A, mind you that. This is a 3-0 team.
I still have no way to be able to encapsulate this. This is TTR taking their future in this split fully in their own hand. Their destiny is fully in their own hands with a win here. TTR, they're gonna try to close it up with off play from Governor. Gets the first pick though, and it's still 2 in the back of C. A is completely abandoned though
Not
now.
the best of dashes. Dapper is gonna get dinked down to 20. The control that Turtle Troop have, I would be surprised if G2 wanted to still commit to the C site. This Trailblazer is going to get pretty deep space towards short, so I think we're going to see an exit with the Seekers get pop and take. What is this walk down?
3 players up mid. Shazam, he's in for a little bit of a surprise. Gonna be 2 heads in front of him and a spray to his right. Scratching his head for sure. And a pixel found from Adder, and he's just not able to get the shot. Such a pivotal shot to be hit there from Adder. Now a 2v3.
Available from Tig. Maybe he can cancel his play. Maybe he can
No!
Not a chance. Because Penny's there anyways, and we did so good in these series. One of the key players of Turtle Troop. Try and win out the 2v1, or do we keep going for another round?
Cosmic Divide, overdrive up. Surely, none of the 2 are too worthwhile right now. The stars are gone currently for Whippy. Let's get one finally back. Ravwell is set up. We did still with 2 smokes. Patience here for G2, just holding on to the spots that they so desperately need. That's all that they're doing.
All right.
Keeps them alive for a little bit,
but 5 rounds for G2.
Bare
more to go.
necessities.
Nice bare necessities, because G2 don't have that much cash.
No.
2,200 for Shazam. Will be dropping right from Penny. Money's not an issue. You just got to keep winning here for G2, but you do need to keep players alive moving forward. Yop again here for Governor. Had success over on C. He's going to switch it up now here towards A, where I'm assuming the fault line's going to put him onto this angle, and that he's just going to sit here and anchor off of maybe a Hunter's Fury, it looks like, from Tig as well.
Looks
they want
like
to come with these ultimates and try and force them into the hands of Governor.
Whoa, the Hunter's Fury just goes out immediately to try to capitalize with a stun. And yes, the Hunter's Fury will hit a little bit. Only onto 1, though.
The heal up onto Penny now.
Yep.
And it looked like Turtle Troop were ready for that. They maybe expected that kind of play.
3-player C side. G2 felt the pressure.
Now Governor's walked all the way up towards A. He's gonna have a nice hopping angle. He can hold on to that if he wanted to. And he does elect to do that.
Oh, what?
He's nervous. Nervous of an A walk.
He's nervous about what? Interesting. Well, here we go. Oxy on the front side. Gonna try to overwhelm Mummy, but he actually has a crossfire in front of him. Good stuff. Still we did. Helping him out. Cosmic Divide is up, though. Tig. The timing here could be beautiful, and indeed it is. Takes down one.
He's not going to expect him.
Dapper has to be gone. Full flashed. 2 players still remaining, though, here for G2, and one is on the flank. One is coming up from behind.
All right, Tig.
That could be the win condition. And what a run from Tig. The
That was
Alpha is going
beautiful.
to catch him. Good patience from Tig, and now it's a classic 1v1 here for everything. Tig, 1 bullet to the head.
Wow.
But instead, it's Whippy to do it instead.
Like,
How
but
close does
we're
that
just
get
preventing the
again?
inevitable, or we're delaying the inevitable,
Put it
right?
in an
Like,
isolated one-on-one. Tig had all the answers as well, knew the positioning, had double shock, had recon,
imagine?
but now they have reset.
Imagine they bring this thing all the way back,
Keep them
though.
in this game. Another chance here for G2 to solidify the first seed here in Group A. Unless, of course, FaZe Clan, who's sitting 2-1, can do something about that. But Turtle Troop right now on an eco. We just slow things down and try and answer G2 and what is going to be the response moving forward is probably the bigger question they're trying to figure out right now.
It's just an information war.
Get him!
Or G2. Oh my goodness,
Oh!
Oxy. Oh my goodness.
Okay, Oxy.
The Terminator comes out again. Oxy always shoving it down the defenses when he's on attack with the Blade Storm. Again, top
said
of the league
doing
with Blade
what?
Storms. He's already added 5 Blade Storms kills just on this set alone. 20 on the season. And he keeps going! 4 more for Oxy! Now just needs the ace. It's just too poetic, but Whippy gets it. Investor flawless.
Yeah, I don't know what they gave this guy in between the halves, but jeez. Oxy's looking clean on that Blade Storm. Still more work
It's
to do though for
the
G2,
bare
but just come back around here
necessity.
for Turtle Troop, and it's G2 now that understand the circumstance they're in. It's no mistakes for the rest of this half. They're going to try hit the C site. They have Dapper's ultimate, but you look at the ult that Turtle Troop have as well. And look at the positioning Governor's elected to take. Not one that he's played ever, so this is going to catch them off guard. And the Rolling Thunder's right behind him to support.
Just needs 1 kill off of this one position. Really make it count! And indeed takes down Oxy, the 1v1 rival, and all 4 are still here. Governor's still looking to aim. Smoke covers him up.
They probably saw him, right?
Relay Bolt doesn't catch him. Still 2 looking to cross. Governor has Blade Storms! Looking to
Oh, I
sweep.
thought he was about to hit
27
that.
HP remaining. Still has the op. 3 players remaining for G2.
Yeah, and it's what Oxy can do. He can do better. That's why he wanted the swing. Maybe a matter of ego. Adder, again. When there's any kind of contact on CRA, there's always someone on Turtle Troop to respond with mid control. And Adder's done exactly that. He's in a position where his life is sacrificial.
He just needs 1. Just needs 1 kill to make his life worth it. No! Takes the other way. Penny gets him instead. Full control is back, but they're looking to retake it. Sova up in the mid. Oh, whoa. They're looking to retake mid with a Rolling Thunder? Tig is there, but there's still 2 players remaining. Governor gets the pick. 1v3 now for Whippy. And Whippy is gone.
Wow.
The troop is juiced up.
So G2
and they
isn't
take
as
a massive
good as I thought.
win in Challengers.
That is a huge upset victory over G2. This was a team that, remind you, started 0-2 in weeks 1 and 2. Going into week 3, had made a massive change. They didn't have a coach after they had Jackson, their coach, throughout the entire open qualifiers.
Who do they play next week?
Major changes, losing their coaching staff.
They play Oxygen next week.
Players, Tig and Mummy. Mummy's a guy that hasn't been in the scene for Ricks. Left a year ago, and there is.
They don't
a
completely
lot of
control their
questions
destiny
down
then.
the G2 side after this upset win. Turtle Troops have done the unthinkable here. Us.
Just on paper, Turtle Troop last place going into this week. G2 first place. Unreal stuff from Turtle Troop.
Wow.
I mean, of all the games for them to need to win, for them to keep their destiny, it was this one against G2, the perfect G2.
Yeah, Sierra.
That's
to bring you
insane,
back in, our
dude.
host, this was a game that we had talked down in the green room, and we said there is just absolutely no way Turtle Troop are going to clean this one up 2-0.
Yeah, that's such an incredible win. And I feel like, too, it's when they needed to get a 2-0. Because going into Ascent, I mean, I feel like this maybe could have gone a different way. It looked a little sticky towards the end there, but what a performance from Turtle Troop. And just in time heading into the split as well, considering they needed to take 2 dominant wins. We've talked about round differentials. We talked about needing to do whatever they could to make themselves.
I don't.
In the standings, and they delivered, honestly.
Yeah. I really feel like you have to be confident now if you are a Turtle
Yeah,
Troop,
I think
because first of
that's
all, you know,
if you're like a Turtle
there's
Troop fan, you have to feel good right now.
Can't say anything, but I think if you're Turtle Troop, you're looking at this and like,
hold on, let's look.
Oh my gosh, we have a
the
chance
rest
to make
of the
playoffs.
I was gonna say they definitely have a chance to make
we had
mid-season invitational.
2 major key components in our open qualifier run. In going into week 3, right? I hate to say it, Harmful and Okeanos, they were 2 of the worst.
Because especially if Moist loses a Shopify, which they probably do.
PCL, so they made 2 major changes. Bring on Tig, who's a phenomenal IGL, helped lead the nation in their pug run, if you want to even call it that at this point.
Makes them 1-3.
Qualifier run, put the 1 best of 3 away. Tig brings in a whole new set of ideas. I feel he
plus
just
that was a big
simplified
win
the
for them
game
on
a
their
lot
round
for
differential
his
as
team.
well.
It didn't overwork and
Say
overthink
what,
these guys.
won
It was
13, won the
play
first one,
fundamental,
13-7
and we're gonna
last,
win games, and that's
right?
what we did here.
Yeah, and for G2, I really don't know what to say about this team. I felt as if their defense was the most organized thing about this team, and they looked completely distraught on it. I mean, just into the post plants, not able to get retakes going. The initial defense, they would be able to get the 1 or 2 picks that they need, but just the deeper positions from TTR, We Did, who is just simply a brimstone main at this point. Whenever his smokes are gone, he turns into a robot. He starts connecting onto heads.
Insane.
Always when this team is winning, We Did has a massive effect on it. And but again, G2, they weren't able to take advantage of really any sort of the gaps that they were given, any sort of the economical advantages that they were given. Again, they had at least the pistol going into the second half. We could have seen some momentum, but again, it's just go again. We see them next week now.
That's exactly it. We see them again next week. So we'll have to see what work they can do up in. All
right, hopefully our next teams are starting to get this thing going.
Need to be thanking our partners. First off, eBay. You can't win.
They'll do an interview next. So
years to get exactly what you need from eBay, all up to 50% off. Brand new gaming tech from brands like Microsoft, Sony, Razer, and more, plus free shipping. Free returns. Press play, shop eBay. Check out the deals. pks.gg/eBay. Now, as we get our interview ready, enjoy our investor post-series highlights, and we'll see you soon.
all right, so
One enemy remaining.
See ya.
One enemy remaining.
Head down to practice.
One enemy remaining. One enemy.
Oh.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy One enemy C. Defenders win.
I'd rather play music than this crap. No, I'm just kidding. But for I would rather play music. Oh man. Yo, seeing all this feedback or seeing all these people liking the fact that I sat down with Pocus has me really nervous about putting this video together. I ain't gonna lie. And it shouldn't be that way. But like makes me want to make sure I like do the video justice, I guess. But it does have me excited because it makes me think it could be a good video for the channel chat. Which would be really cool. Which would be kind of cool and stuff, you know. You know. So we'll see. I think I'm going to wait on doing my power rankings until next week. For ALGS, I think that just makes me feel better about it. I mean, I guess the only other thing would be like if this got done super early, I guess I could try and pump it out tonight recording it so I could edit the Pocus interview tomorrow. We'll see. I mean, the first game got sped run, so who knows? They still got to come back and do an interview and all that stuff though too, so again, who knows? We'll see. That's so crazy, though, to think that Turtle Troop just pulled off that upset. Would y'all say it's a bigger upset than TSM over the Guard? I feel like so, right? To me, Turtle Troop was like at the bottom of their group. What up, John? Actually, Matt has not started yet. Hello. Hi. The first game is done, though. We got Turtle Troop on the first one over G2, so we got Mad Lions versus the Guard next. However, we still have to do the post-match interview with whoever they pull from Turtle Troop, and then start getting ready for the next matchup. How are you? Yeah, I don't know why they sent him home with a computer today. Is it? Tell the snow to stay away. I don't want it. Tomorrow is Friday. How are you doing though, John, by the way? It's kind of crazy to think that, well, I mean, to be fair, I expected M80 to win yesterday in the first matchup, but I didn't expect them to win in the fashion that they did. And then now Turtle Troop is just Wham bam, thank you, ma'am, to our fucking Group A leaders. Well, hopefully our Mad Lions game, I'm hoping we'll probably, I mean, what, they ended around the same time, and I think yesterday it started around 6:15 Eastern time. Because again, they still have to do the interview, which is probably about to be popping up here.
A very quick start to our day as Turtle trooping their way to a fast 2-0 victory. I'm here to sit down with Big IGL of the team after that win. First off, congratulations. That's a huge win considering G2 have been undefeated so far. What were your own expectations heading into the match today?
First of all, thank you. You know, we watched the games back, and we honestly think they looked awful. I'm not sure how they're 3-0, but we watched them. We weren't impressed with like any of their maps except Split. They looked really good on Split, so we banned that, and we were feeling really confident. We've been feeling really confident in scrims. We've been destroying everyone, so yeah, we were feeling really confident going into it, and I think it showed.
Yeah, ever since Yunmame joined
Dude,
the roster,
playoffs gonna be really
it's
fun.
Been a turnaround, been undefeated.
Especially because like now the way
4-0
everything's
now
playing
the last
out.
Little bit. What's been the secret?
I mean,
the
TSM
key to that
beat Guard
really
last
dramatic
week.
turnaround to this
G2
confident
just
winning
lost
squad?
to Turtle Troop. Like
NA
NA's starting to look wide
I
open.
think,
Other than
you know,
M80.
when me and Mummy joined, we brought in a lot of structure, and you know, everyone on the team before was very mechanically gifted, but like when I joined, I could see that they were lacking like a real IGL and real structure, and they weren't really playing the game correctly. So yeah, the first like couple of weeks we joined, we really tried ironing out all that stuff. Yeah, and I also think we're good on every single map, which is really helpful.
See, when is the
So like we can always ban the team's strongest maps. So I think that's the main reason why we keep 2-0ing everyone, is because yeah, we're strong on every single map.
So 2 weekends from now it starts.
Now for yourself, coming in more
Hopefully
than
it doesn't overlap
as
with
an IGL, how has that adjustment been? Because you're not
ALGS
only
too much.
adjusting into a new team, but also
I would love to be able to
taking
watch
over that
both like
leadership role.
live.
And honestly, I mean, for the nation, I was IGLing, so I was already like kind of used to calling. Every team I've been on, I was always very vocal. I always had like my vision on how I thought we should have been running things. So yeah, it's been moving smoothly.
And then for yourself, obviously, you did try to get into Challengers with the nation, and unfortunately the team fell a little bit short there. So how did the conversation come about for you to be joining Turtle Troop then moving on forward?
I think, I forgot who messaged me. I think it might have been Governor, but he messaged me. They wanted me to join for a while, but when they made both the roster changes, I was like more on board. And when I went and practiced with them and things started clicking really well, I was like ready to hop in and play.
I do still though feel like M80
All right, and then question
looks
about
like
you as well.
just a bit
you had
better than everyone
mentioned
else.
Late last year that you weren't necessarily content.
I'm
with
curious
your
though
own
as to where
play,
this would now put
at-
G2
It
compared
was.
to
So
the Guard.
I want to
though.
know, going forward onto Turtle Troop now, what can we expect from you in Challengers? Because already looking to be a really big part of the team, and really excited to see you moving on forward.
Especially since we started doing.
You know, I've been putting in a lot of work both in
tier
and
lists on our
outside of game,
Challengers Corner
which I think
videos.
I was lacking towards the end of last year. So yeah, I've been really trying to take care of myself out of game, which I think has had a big impact on my performance in game. So I've been feeling really confident going into all the matches and practice and everything. So hopefully I keep performing as well as I am. My team again is insane. They're all performing extremely well, so it makes it easy on me.
Amazing. Now, our next question is from our fan zone here from Machine Ravish. Which anime villain are you? Or that you identify
I
with?
don't watch anime. I'm sorry, I don't watch anime. So I cannot
I know
answer that
Ravish
question.
right now is like reeling right now.
Yeah, I
Boo
might get
this
roasted for that, but
man!
I don't watch anime.
Boo!
Sorry.
Too busy putting the effort into Valorant, you know?
Yep.
Or
Too
respect.
busy.
Well then, instead of the fan zone, before I let you go, any final words from yourself?
No, but just thank you everyone for supporting us. Stay tuned for the future. We have some big things coming up.
Do you
Yeah.
think they're the ones who got picked up by XQC? Chat
Alright,
thoughts?
Big thank you so much.
They
Congratulations.
said they had an
once
announcement
again. Have a
earlier
good
this
rest of your
week,
day,
or it said
okay?
stay tuned. It
Thank
didn't
you.
necessarily say announcement, but
Yeah.
kind of hinted at it, you know?
It might have been a quick start to the day, but we still have another series on the horizon. The Guard are going to be facing off against Mad Lions coming up next. But first, a short break.
It's another break. Hey, yo. Chat. Tweeted by Nismo from M80. I saw what Turtle troops can do in scrims. They are activated. This is a GG for everyone. From Nismo. Interesting. Even Gaman said, glad we weren't the only ones getting turtled from TSM. Interesting. And Turtle Troop still has a shot. I mean, I shouldn't say still has a shot like it's a far shot. Turtle Troop's still in the hunt for the mid-season invitational. That could get interesting, chat. Hmm. Hey, yo, chat, we're almost up to 130 subs. Let's go. What do you mean? I mean, it just means DSG wouldn't go to the, wouldn't go to the mid-season invitational. I think the problem would be for Mad Lions. I mean, I guess it's possible because they're going to play OR Esports and they could close the gap with their yeah, I mean, it really would all start with how bad they beat the Guard or how close the Guard game is. Because I believe they were talking about it last week. I believe round differential, I think I think round differential is the point, is the tiebreaker before the head-to-head. I think. I mean, it's possible. The only thing that makes it interesting is because Disguise plays TSM next week too, right? Oh no. Yeah, it's possible because if Mad Lions beats the Guard and then Disguise loses to, it is possible. I don't think it'll happen. Possible, yes. Probable, no. Is the way I guess I would answer that. Especially because I think Disguise continues to get better. I mean, but TSM's pretty good too, though. I don't know, man. That's a hard one to call. I also don't know if OR Esports, or I don't know if M80 is better than, or not M80. I don't know if Mad Lions is better than OR Esports, personally. I think OR Esports has shown us more flashes of improvement than Mad Lions have thus far. And that's against generally tougher competition as well. Or the same competition. I'm an idiot. They're in the same group, but you know what I mean. I think OR has shown us more against the same teams that Mad Lions have. Like, you could say the one map that Mad Lions won was the 13-2 against TSM, but that was like literally the first map of the season, right? Whereas TSM has not dropped the map since that. Whereas OR Esports won, I think they played pretty decent against M80 early. But like every game or every matchup, they've looked somewhat decent. Like they even looked decent against the Garden, a somewhat schwacking. But against, you know, Disguise last week, they won one map. They took another one to overtime. Even against TSM this week, you know, the first map being Haven went 13-10. I do think, though, when you see teams like an OR Esports, like an M80, not M80. I keep saying M80 when I want to say Mad Lions. I think when you do look at teams like OR Esports, like a Mad Lions, it shows you that the gap isn't that far between the bottom of NA Challengers and like the rest of the groups. And the fact that there's really no one that really stands ahead above the rest other than M80 right now, like the rest of the group kind of all seems to be together right now, I think is a good thing. Yeah. So this matchup today will indeed... I think this matchup today could potentially lock up Group B, or would lock up Group B if the Guard wins. Then it'll all be about placement. Although then it makes you wonder, because I mean, Disguise kind of played the Guards somewhat close in week 1-ish. I don't know. I mean, I think Group B was anticipated to be the stronger. Does placement matter as far as like where in the group you are? I think it matters for where in the bracket you are. Let me double check here. Yeah, I want to say that they like put bracket against bracket. So like fourth of Group A plays like first of Group B. So like kind of better placement gets you somewhat of a better matchup. You know what I mean? The first round of the bracket. I don't see anything that shows that for sure, but I'm like 98% positive that's how it works. I do kind of wish, and I know it's hard to do as a tournament organizer, especially for like a more pro scene like this, man, but I kind of wish like the second matchup was more on standby, ready to go. Although to be fair, I guess this is the kind of normal breaks that they take even when they're on time. They are pretty well cruising. I mean, we're moving back from break here before the second hour, or top of the second hour.
Welcome back, everyone. Heading into our next series of the day, of course, being in week 4, there's a lot of stakes for these teams as we're looking ahead into our face-off. Of course, at this point, the Guard, they've been on a pretty decent run, so this is the game that could secure that spot, whereas for Mad Lions, this is the one that they need to stay alive.
Yeah, so just understand
this. It'll be interesting to see how the Guard bounces back.
And with the way that this group has gone, this was known as the group of death. It was a battle for, I would say, 3rd and 4th qualification into the mid-season face-off. So Mad Lions starting 0-3, one of the teams that we had looked at throughout the open qualifier and said, this team is a banger. This team is a banger. They didn't start off well, have made adjustments. Last week got absolutely demolished, in my opinion, against Disguise, a team that's also through the open qualifiers. And now they're looking here. It is a must-win game to stay in contention for the mid-season face-off.
And of course, their must-win game is going up against the Guard. And this was the team, I mean, you're talking about the group of death. And I mean, this is one of the main reasons for it. The Guard, in previous weeks, they were looking really, really good. But I mean, there definitely is something to be said about what we saw last week.
Yeah, their game
or do we
against
think
TSM,
XQC picked up the Guard?
It definitely looked shaky. I mean, it wasn't great on the brand new map of Lotus. The team had, I would like to say, at least like a month or two to be able to prepare for this map. So seeing a team like the Guard, who has been continuously innovative throughout VCL and VCT, it was kind of disappointing to see that low performance on that map. But when it came to a little bit more of a familiar map like Turle, they were taking all the way the distance. TSM, they're just a team that's getting better and better. But you really can't knock the performance of the Guard on that second map, but there still absolutely are questions about their form right now.
Yeah, I'm questioning, is it a matter of the fact that the Guard just started off really hot and had, like, we're just relying on their really, really good chemistry, right? They bring in Tex, a Versailles player, probably one of the smaller changes, and I'm wondering, is it because teams have caught up to them and maybe they've gone complacent? As Valen said, they have a lot to work on, and none of them, I feel like none of them played to the expectation. Valen in particular went negative in 20 in that series last week, so that's a shocking number from what a lot of people poised to be. You know, this guy is probably one of the best controllers in North America, one of the best anchors in North America, and you know, I'm comparing this kind of like, I'm not gonna call it a downfall, but that loss is this the start of something bad? Because we saw it last year when they were in Challengers as well. They went to Iceland, they competed in Iceland, and that was kind of the end of the Guard that we saw in their meteoric rise.
I mean, at least this is definitely a team that doesn't count anybody out and definitely puts the proper respects. And we've seen a couple of other teams work around and what they can do after a week of just hitting the books, getting that practice in. So we'll have to see if that was just an off week and if they can come back stronger against Mad Lions, who is a team that we definitely need to see that turnaround from. To reiterate, they just not doing that fantastic. They're not doing that hot. And they need to be able to pick up a win here to keep any sort of dream alive to be moving on board.
And it's key that you win here because, again, the stakes are, and I'm going to reiterate them over and over throughout the series, lose, you're not in any realm of making it to the face-off. So you're kind of concerned for Mad Lions because, again, this was a team that I think all three of us were like, yeah, this is a banger team out of open qualifiers. Yeah, they've got former 100 Thieves Champions player Will. This should be a team that looks really strong, but unfortunately, Will's no longer on this team, and you need someone like that was as prevalent in the open qualifiers, I feel like, to step up, and that guy that we're going to see here in a second is Xro.
Especially, too, since it was someone who, and just the team in general in qualifiers, played super well, but that going into today, going into this really pivotal week, what else do we need to see?
I mean, well, Sully said it. Xro, among so many other players from this Mad Lions team, just needs to wake up and needs to be on that front line. I mean, players who were at the top of leaderboards, such as Drone, such as Trix, such as Xro, incredibly pivotal util agents that they play, and yet they haven't been able to put in the same impact that they have before. Again, don't really want to pit it on the players. From the vibe that I got yesterday from talking to Ainge, it seemed like the team, they were just trying to, with the game with Narrate, last week's game, they were really just trying to get him as comfortable as possible before they ended up focusing on anything new. But for Mad Lions now, it's about seeing where their comfortability really is.
Yeah, and let's talk a little bit about Narrate coming into the squad as well, because
so do
of course,
we think,
when there's roster changes
I just don't think
in the split, I mean, there's a lot of eyes going your way.
MAE stands a chance here,
yeah,
honestly.
I
I feel bad for saying that,
between
but
him and Tex, and I'll be honest, I don't know who this guy Narrate is, and I don't think any of us know who he is. He has 5 like best of ones, like 2 best of 3s under his belt coming into joining Mad Lions, and so he's a really big unknown quantity. Literally started playing like 6 or 7 months ago. Tex is a veteran guy. We know what he's capable of. I don't exactly think Tex has filled the shoes that Saya player had left open completely, but he's done a good enough job in my opinion. Now for Narrate, my main question is this just a random pickup? Is this
up by
some guy that like has been scouted like Trent was, like when he was Habibi? Is Narrate someone that is this guy a long-term plan for Mad Lions? Because there are there's an abundance of jet free agents out on the market, but they go for this guy who's extremely unknown.
I mean, his performance last week wasn't that much different. If anything, it was actually better than what we had seen from Will in the first 2 weeks.
Yeah, but the thing is, Gus, is that Will was good throughout all of open qualifiers.
Okay.
We don't know if it's okay. Maybe Will had a bad off day. Narrate has only put up one or what?
What is
two
going
maps
on?
Of a performance, right? You're saying that he had better maps than Will, but at the end of the day, Will played consistently.
How did you end up here? What up, Zykes? I don't know.
To Mad Lions, you open the qualifier.
It's a good question.
Yeah, he had a rough start in VCL.
Were you watching
that's a reason to say
a movie about or a movie? What the fuck?
At this point,
were you watching a video about
the conversation is we just need a little bit more tape on Narrate going on forward. So heading into this week and next, that will be huge. And with these map picks and bans between these two teams, we're going to be starting it off on Ascent. This is, of course, the guard's pick, but second off Lotus. That is the one that raises an eyebrow for me in particular, considering how things went down last week.
I wonder.
Well, I like to see the innovation. I like to see Mad Lions at least forcing themselves into a counter pick against the guard, but I just think overall, the last few weeks from what we've seen from the map pool from Mad Lions, it was going to be an eventual the guard advantage going into this.
It was
one.
Duplex that got
exactly
dropped.
a map that they have a lot of experience on, but they're still very much confident in picking anyways. And Lotus last week, from what I saw from the guard, from what I saw from players that didn't statistically put up the right numbers, players like Net, right? They had the right idea on how to view the map. It's just that TSM had a bit of a fresher outlook on it, and they ended up losing just by that.
Yeah, I'm concerned for this map pool, and I know you say that the guard, maybe not the most experienced. They are
Because yeah, we do watch parties over here for all of NA Challengers.
But they did take down
we also cover a lot of just Valorant over here in general on the channel. Hopefully you have yourself a good Thursday, friend.
This map pick. My only question is, why the heck would you leave Lotus in the map pool? This was just a map that they looked unbelievably uncomfortable on. So I'm interested to see what changes Agar have made. I think a lot of it was just they weren't comfortable on that map, to be completely honest. So I want to see what changes have come to Lotus. You've had a week longer with the map. There's a lot that needs to be developed, I think, for this guard team to say, yeah, this is going to go 2-0.
Yeah, and just one more thing. The Icebox pick, Mad Lions, that was the one
feel
map
so
where they
bad about
finally
saying that I
ended
don't
up winning.
expect it from Mad Lions.
So
I also didn't
many
expect it
losses
from Turtle
in a row
Troop,
for
so,
Mad
like,
Lions. If I'm not mistaken, 6 straight map losses for this team ended up ever since they ended up winning over TSM on Icebox. So Icebox being taken away, not exactly a surprise in terms of directly countering Mad.
We'll have to see what adjustments the guard have made, or if Mad Lions can look to our second upset of the day. But before we get into Agent Select, of course, we get an opportunity to chat with our players.
When do we think the guard gets picked up, Chad? I feel like someone has to make a move for him before mid-season invitational, right? Or do we think people are just waiting for the price to go down?
Been really well. I feel like we have been, diving deep on these teams and like seeing what they like to do and their tendencies, and it has been working pretty well. I feel like we've had a good read on both the teams that we've played so far. I feel like a big part of that is Josh and Valen. They spend extra hours always going over the other team's VODs and our VODs to see what they see.
I'm honestly excited to play against Mad Lions. I have a good friend, Drone, on that team, and they're an up-and-coming team.
Bro,
they just got signed to an org, and I would say they're the underdogs, but I feel like they have a lot of potential. And
yeah, I mean, we scrimmed Mad Lions quite a bit, so we're pretty familiar with how they play, and I don't think their style will be able to catch us off guard. The only thing I would have to say is, like, against a style like that, individually, you kind of have to be playing very well, because if they're running it down at you and you know what's happening, but you're not hitting your shots, and sometimes you can just lose a match that way. Yeah, I would say as long as we're individually informed and we're confident in that matchup, we should be fine.
I think we are prepared. I think our style of play kind of matches up against their style of play pretty well. As long as we make sure we can shut them down to their individual players. I would say we're prepared. You just got to think about styles and get ready for it.
I can't confidently say like any team in this is like free or, oh, this is like an easy matchup, because they all got here for a reason. And it's Valorant at the end of the day, so I know for at least myself, and I know for my teammates, like, we take every match the same for our prep. We're never slacking for a week just because we're playing X team. We're making sure we're closing out these games, especially these ones that should be easier. If you want to make it into like the face-off or into the playoffs at the end of the year, you got to make sure you're winning these games.
I would say when we play against Mad Lions, I feel like they have like a bunch of like trick plays, and that's not just a player. It's like trick plays, as in you don't know what's going to happen.
With how close they brought TSM, I think Valorant's a game where you just can't underestimate anyone. You know what I mean? You always have to give your opponents the time of day and the respect that they deserve.
I think Drone is...
I was going to say, you'd have to imagine that they're not going to be sleeping coming into this one, right? Like, they're definitely not going to be overlooking their opponents.
And I think...
Like, you'd be stupid to.
Yeah, we've scrimmed Mad Lions before.
After it seems like they might have done that to TSM.
And Drone has always pulled off some, like, impressive clutch. Like, 1v4, like, spray transfer, like, some random, like, just incredible play. And I think like he's definitely the player to watch out for.
I think that recently Trick has been pretty impressive with his performance, and I also think Zexro is a pretty solid player.
My message to all the challenger teams is just, keep practicing, because when you play us, it's going to be a tough match. So make it a good game.
All right, chat.
We head into map number 1.
Here we go.
The stakes have been set. The stakes are high for Mad Lions. This match, it's literally do or die for them to make it to the mid-season face-off. And here on the first map of Ascent,
What I say, about
the guard,
6'10",
they've been so
6'15",
confident
look at
on
that,
Gus.
chat.
They're going in with kind of
Here we
the
go.
mindset of last week. We have to shake that off.
Absolutely. Again, Ascent is a map where, again, the momentum could get into your sails very quickly. You win a few 1v1s and you easily have a sight. The guard, Mad, they're going into this map where both sides have looked okay on. The guard had an incredibly dominant win over Disguise. They're not changing their comps, but also neither is Mad, considering the fact that they've been experimenting for the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, remember, they're bringing in this new guy, Narrate. He's a
Visualize
really
him,
big
let the
unknown
TV
quantity for myself, at least, just because I've never watched tape on him, or there's some tape on him from last week, but before that, there was barely anything on him. And you know, you're looking at that and you're saying, okay, well, this guy's new. What do we take from the film that's presented to us by Narrate? Very small sample size of what this guy can do, and now he's going up against probably one of the best teams in Split 1 and Challengers. It's the guard, and we're gonna have to see, can Narrate live up to the hype that Will delivered when he was on this team?
The expectations are simply higher for Mad Lions going into this week. New coach that they've had for the last 2 weeks. I said it about the other team earlier today. That was wrong. I was talking about Mad Lions instead. They have Elay, they have a new support staff, and now Mad Lions looking to regroup again. Now 3 players over towards that A site. They are looking for a war already.
Probably a mid play here from the guard to try and split B towards Cat, just get early control here towards A, and then make that split happen where the knife
there it is.
Took 10 seconds to land. Does finally land.
Oh,
and that will give the guard,
game. Let's turn this down just a smidge.
or Mahonji's Mad Lions, the information there are players here. Ainge is just going to continue to jump spot. There are only 2 players left here, and Ainge is not in the best position to support Narrate.
No one else is really. This big rotation back over towards the mid side. Drone has abandoned that Cat side. Instead goes back over towards mid. It was a right move though, because Mad Lions just had no idea about the mid coverage.
Yeah, guard starts to press now towards the A side with a minute left here to make the exec happen. Mad Lions have made a gamble. 3 players are leaning towards this B side where they think the hit is going to come. But right now, you look at the guard. Split up in towards Cat.
As I say, that
Alan's
smoke
looking
might
for something, but no one on the guard is kind of making a cohesive hit. We've got 40 seconds left. The spike is leading towards A, and so are Mad Lions.
Huge knife!
That's a big knife.
That is gone. This take is absolutely possible over towards B. That has to
They just
force
need
a
to move
rotation,
in off
but
that,
it's
though.
not. How is that not forcing anything?
Wow.
30 seconds left. Narrate
Okay, Narrate.
holds onto his spot and ends up getting 2 big ones. Still Valen taking the round back. Still Ainge in the back of sight, but they have no idea about his exact position, though. Valen, welcome back. Had a poor week last week, and he's sharp as ever already in the first round, 3v2.
Just enough time to get this spike down when Trick Guard on such low HP.
And Valen gets the
There you
4th.
go. Valen with a beautiful opening to kick us off here in map number 1.
All
Yeah,
right.
this was a guy that was -20 last series, and from the quote that we showed, he knew that he did not live up to the expectations. He did not perform. This is the guy that you're looking at, one of the best controllers in North America, undoubtedly one of the best. Has to step up and has to perform for his team, because this is a series, Gus, that we're looking not to say the guard you have to win to make the midseason or face-off. They're still a best of 3 after this. Like, it's against 1080,
exactly.
but that's a rough game.
No, for
But
sure.
still, the guard have not lived up to the hype in the sense that this was a team that we did not expect to drop a series, and I think here it's reaffirming those expectations that were set on them.
And mind you, they still have M80 next week. Things are just getting harder and harder for this guard team. Mad Lions, though, they already got M80 out of the way last week. They've just been improving with this core of the roster.
To be honest, Mad Lions have got the, I'm gonna be honest, the worst end of this split. They've just played every crazy good team in their opening weeks.
Yes, objectively, it's so hard. As an investor, Flawless goes down. The guard maintaining their cash perfect.
All right.
But
Mad Lions has
forward,
their rifles here, so the
Mad,
question
after
becomes, can they
ended
at
up taking
least
out
try and
Whale,
slow things
having
down?
no support staff, I think the best thing for a team like that is just a blank slate. And with the blank slate starting mid-season, when you face M80, the best team, the guard, the second best team, and a team next week that's more on their level, I mean, Mad Lions, they have the linear progression back to the top.
Yeah, this bonus round is going to be guard full sending here into the A site. And Mad Lions leaving 2 players, switching and bringing the KJ Zextra over to this site. Such a key figure in a lot of Mad Lions' success in the past. Is that in a shadow of what his open qualifier run was. Guard sending the util over, gonna try and make the exec work. There's no one there to contest there from Mad Lions. They're just gonna play this retake. Spike will go down.
Not even trying to late it all, huh?
5 on 5.
No util set up on site. Again,
planted.
All 5 alive for both. No damage done. Nobody from Mad Lions currently. Making a flank back over towards A main, and even then, the guard, they don't need that. They have an alarm button up right now, but here we go. Narrate and Zextro getting up a big kill as the guard, they're actually retaking cats. Trent now needs to go into a 1v5. What a shot through the smoke from Zextro to make this happen, but Trent is gonna go down in a heap. How in the world does that happen so flawlessly for Mad Lions?
What a recall bolt from Trick to first find the blood onto the player under heaven. And that's a big shot from Nary that opens up the retake, and that's what accelerates them into that site.
Can I get this?
Mad Lions picking up the first round on the board. And this guy Narrate, I was wondering, what is this kid capable of? What can he do? And already, he's shocking me. He's playing pretty dang good in these first 2 rounds. Still a lot of more Valorant to look at, but for now, it's Narrate, kind of very similar to Oxy. It's maintain this form, but this time it's maintain what you have now throughout the rest of this series.
All right.
He's in the perfect position. Be able to do something early.
Fast play to get techs up here towards mid.
They're not going to be able to do anything with this. They're going to have the alarm bot up front, but no nano swarm. 2 players on site with no utility. They did have the molly is so good to actually cover up Garage though, but Net still making his way through mid. Zextro knocks down 1, but the attack is still going into sight. 2 players covering it up, 1 in the back. Narrate goes big. 2 players still here. They're combining for 2. Trent is the last one remaining in a 1v4. It's just tragic, really.
Are they going to be able to...
Nice hole here from Mad Lions. Trick finding a big kill there towards mid, and really great reaction from Narrate. As soon as he sees the pressure up towards Market, he backs away. He does get tagged by the dart, nearly gets wall banged out, but still. The reaction from Mad Lions there, as soon as they felt the aggression coming towards mid, was back up, play together. That's what Drone and Narrate did, and that's what netted them those kills. Put faith in Trick to win his 1v1. They found themselves up in a 4v1 where Trent once again is left to try and work this clutch. Plenty of time left to try and make it happen, but it's just too many players to look at. They tied things up here, Mad Lions, 2-2. It's early days. Mad Lions looking a lot more comfortable than this week.
A lot more straightforward of a defensive setup, or at least the way that the guard pressured them back over towards that B site. Not much to really worry about that util. In terms of util, Narrate and Drone just had the right position to take that one on. The guard now, they readjust. Going into the next round,
right,
we
so
need to see
ult
something
available on
big
both
and
sides for
organized,
Narrate and
because, again, look at
Valen.
those pistols.
Nothing much other than that, though. I mean, Zextro's kind of close, but that's it.
Deep into B main, putting some early precedence in an eco round like this, I think is going to be smart.
Scanning ahead. There they are.
For the guard.
Whoa.
He's going to force Jonah back.
Can your economy? Your apologies. Take away as many guns as you can. It's for Mad Lions. The economy is fine, where you can kind of hunt, farm up ult orbs and whatnot. Zextro could put himself 1 away from his ultimate. A kill and a death would guarantee it, but guard begin to shift back over to the B side, where we still have that 3-player stack, and I'm looking at the ultimates again. Tex is kind of getting close to his ultimate as well.
I guess
so
Tex
we
is
might
pretty
see
close,
the Blade Storm for one of their eco rounds. The main focus is, I think, definitely Zextro, trying to get him onto the ultimate, which would be really big in the next rifle round.
It's pivotal because, again, their loss bonus is completely reset. They lose that next round. Guard are still going to have to recoup.
Oh!
Focus on util at some point. Here comes the rifle of Narrate. At least knocking down 2, but the pistols still have 2 more players to face on
hold
site.
on.
That's just Ainge.
The Sheriff, sharp as ever. Ainge now in a 1v3, essentially in the back of sight. They haven't cleared him just yet. He takes down Trent. Net still in the back of sight. Net! The headshot,
turning up
and
here.
he's still going for more. Molly in the front side, and they can't push the spike.
Nice.
That's given them a chance. Somehow Net with 3 incredible headshots, 2 off the Sheriff. It's literally single-handedly win out this round. Valen's picked up a rifle now as well. They're spamming Net down to 26.
Wow.
Whatever chip damage they can find, but all advantage
Waiting
is
for
lying on
recon?
the guard.
waiting for something, really. They're taking their time, waiting to see if any contact happens. And now they're just going in dry.
Wow.
Go right into the
Valorant kind of
dangerous
stole that, but that's
crosshairs
fine.
net.
You can understand
Valorant
why.
in the back line with the last. The guard. They didn't have a chance going into the end there until net popped up.
Yeah, 2 massive sheriff shots. And that gives him his ultimate as well. That's not going to reset Mad Lions, but that sure is
Big
going to put
eco
a
round for
damper on
them.
their economy. And Neri kicks off with really, really nice shots, but I think the issue there in that round was he was alone fighting on an island. No support from site, no support from defender. Spawn, he was just fighting by his lonesome.
I mean, that was an
He's gonna
eco.
pick up the operator. He's going to pick up the operator this time around. And Mad Lions not looking to get reset here, because a loss here would reset them and give Guard a lot of momentum economically and just in this first half alone.
Great information, though. Knowing that 2 players playing up close on A. Those sort of kind of give a tell on what the rest of the setup is looking like. They don't know about this op, though. Narrate gets into some trouble here. He still has Blade Storms to use, too.
Yeah, no, he is on an island by himself, similar to that B round that we just saw. He swings out from stairs. He's alone here towards mid. No support can be offered to him. He does have his dash, 2 cloudbursts. Again, that's all he's got working for him, and now he's been smoked off. His angle's been nullified, and that opens up an attacking lane here towards B.
The 2 players were shifting off of A, now in a very awkward position. Been forced to shift back into
all that
courtyard, but
util though
that's a
around
good
this
break.
corner.
Trick
Drone
now.
only spots net, so they could think that this is just a lurk, and I think that's what they're banking on, like Trick investing more util here.
Oh, there it is!
Wall bang it!
3 players revealed. Trick looking for a big kill, but straight up the lockdown gets utilized. It's going to be a bit of a fake. They're trying to break it, and it still is going to clear out B main. But again, 2 players over towards Cat. They have the good setup here for the hold. Let's see if they can combine. Drone in the front line, only able to get 1, but Ainge doing the same. Spike is down. Still 1 more player in front of him. Another player already out in A main. Narrate needs this kill.
Almost turned around, got his
could
head
be going
popped.
down at any second now.
Spike planted.
No knives yet here for Narrate. Caught out by the null or the KO knife. Tex, there's no flash. There's no flash to set him up, and Tex is just fighting. He backs away there. Jonah P gets 1. That gives him the advantage from 4-on-3 down to a 3-on-2.
It was such an awkward angle anyways. They had no idea he was there. He could have just popped up at any angle.
Flash.
Jonah P does get 1 back. Ainge looking to complete a 1v3. So difficult though. Low HP on the other side for him. But couldn't connect the bullets at all onto Tex. The guard not only picking up a 4th, but also resetting Mad Lions.
As I say, Mad's not going to be able to invest this line, this round.
That smoke that they threw down
turns 4 into 5 pretty quick.
Kind of just trying to hold it with the op angles. It sets them up for that
maybe. We
fast
did see
rotate.
the guard also win on an eco, so kind of hard to call.
Too heavy.
Should.
The B play, despite the lockdown going in. They kind of expected that fast rotate. But the
Do
guard
that.
finding it, I don't think they found Neri, but just preventing him from getting those really big lanes where he can opt down. And that's what they did last round, maybe not knowing they did
turn
it.
off my stack of
Putting
alerts.
Neri in positions where he can't find frags with op is going to be really big, I think, for Mad Lions moving forward. And on this eco round, going to try something new, get aggressive over towards B, and see what they can find.
Very safely, too. Narrate was not initially the first contact over towards B main. Trick is actually going to get it back.
You keep his HP up.
Let's say they'll let them know that they should be expecting this push at A.
Still the guard feeling a lot of this pressure to try to make this A exec. They're going to be welcomed with absolutely nothing on site. No rotation util though.
Deal with this flank. Trick and Narrate.
Expecting it there. Ooh.
Oh,
Trent. Okay, bro.
Taking them both out.
All right, bro. I see you.
That puts the guard probably here at 5.
Oh.
Does get the ult online here, but I mean, he was going to get it regardless in the next round. So for now, the guard is trying to maintain rifles. Don't want to lose anything else here, and yeah.
Yep.
Keeping as many guns in your hands is probably pretty key here. Set yourself up for the rest of this
Kept
half.
3
That's
though.
5-2. The guard keeping it clean in these last couple of rounds as Mad Lions kind of stagger behind in these rounds.
The next round is going to be pretty indicative what the rest of this half is going to look like. Narrate, he's pulling up with an op.
4 ultimates lined up here as well for Mad Lions. Lockdown, no Blade Storm.
Enemy remaining.
Sova ult, KO ults. And the Cosmic Divide, so a lot here for Mad Lions to try and make this round happen. They're going to try and avoid the knife on A.
Get out of my way.
Probably make a re-hit work. Smoke towards mid to prevent the narrate op. And that will give Tech space to work up Cap for a split. We're playing retake here on the A site, and you can see Trick is there to reinforce Garden if need be, where he can help support, and they can play the lockdown from there as well.
Here he goes. It's going to be the dash in. Zexro's going to go down. All that util is gone. And not only that, but they're going to flank sights. Age, no, and doesn't even matter if he knows. The Blade Storms run out, and Age is going absolutely crazy. Going 2 kills for him.
Okay.
They're looking for more, 53 HP, but Narrate has the angle. Mad swarming the site. The guard had no chance.
I think the timing on the entry for the guard is so
That's what they got.
Because Tex comes in way too late to make that trade happen. It gives Ainge time to reset his aim. But Mad Lions, you could see what the plan was there.
Yeah.
Hold Garden with Zextra where he can pop that ultimate, and the guard try to counter that and say, let's play fast and aggressive, get Tex in towards Tree, where we can prevent that ultimate from going down. Buy still available for both these sides. Zextra's got the op this time around.
Right here.
And he switched it back over towards the B side where he opts towards mid instead.
Cool. Honestly, good luck, have fun. Narrate's usually the one with the op, and you see why. He's pushing it right down the guard. Going right into A main, taking down Valen. 1 rifle gone, smokes are gone. His takeover towards mid is now even more important.
Or he's gonna get close, and Zextra was focusing towards B. Now he knows the threat is here towards mid. But he drops in towards backside. That gives up a lot of space here on B. And Zextra doesn't have much util to play off himself. Drone instead is gonna have the runt of the work.
Oh.
2 players begin to come towards him. Sees the barrel for sure.
He saw them, right?
There's that info now as well.
Yup, Trick. Wow, Trick had the angle and the headshot.
I thought he had him there.
Trick takes him down instead. Now 2 players in the back, a side Narrate. Couldn't take down the man in heaven before he ends up taking down his teammate. Now there's only 2 players remaining on this retake.
HP is relatively low.
Both ults available. I just don't know if it's worth using either. Here, probably not, right?
Wait a minute. There, you've got one.
Well,
they still use it anyways. They want to guarantee this round.
Nice.
And that draws out Trent's ultimate. So the retake, the defusal becomes a little bit easier now too here for Mad Lions.
Now Jonas waiting in the backside. Not taking down
Hold
Zexro.
on.
37 HP. Now remaining on Trent. 1 random bullet through the smoke. Should be able to do it, but he still has a shock dart and doesn't take down Zexro.
All right.
And there's more than enough time for Ainge to defuse. Mad Lions finally holding on to that cat in heaven position.
I was gonna say, just stick with defuse, because Zextra's not gonna be able to get the op to bring it back in time.
We defend this
All right.
reality.
The guard not able to close out another retake or another post plan. Apologies. That's 2 now between the last 3 rounds, and Mad Lions having a much stronger defensive hold on both the A and B site.
That's decent, man. They don't look terrible.
Narrate to really get explosive and thrive in these chaotic situations.
I mean, John was asking earlier if there's a
Might be the
chance.
key for the rest of this map, for the rest of this series, is just give Narrate options to get aggressive. But the guard this time around are not messing around. No ults, but they're going to try and A side. I thought it was going to be fast, but they do slow things down, just playing this default and avoiding the knife.
Some of them get hit, but it could easily just be a lurk. Know that there's still a turret mid too. So they know that at least the KJ is over towards this side of the map. They got the Omen, I think.
Trick has still got his Hunter's Fury to play with as well now. That gives Net the lockdown. They don't actually commit to the A exec. They're going to try and full re-clear B, knowing the presence of an op is on the map.
They haven't ran into it. Nobody has peeked mid yet. Such a pivotal spot. There's still util right behind him with the KJ. It's going to be a bit of a show. That's why we have the X-ray off. Narrates. We get hit by the owl drone, still sticking around. The team knows it. They're trying to get a kick off of it through the wall. Trying to play with them. Narrate. It's only your second game here, bro. You're cocky. There goes the Hunter's Fury, trying to cover up the site, and Narrate is gone. The SMG is going crazy from Tex, just clearing. Zextro surely is the next one gone. 64 HP evaporated. 3 players here to retake, but it might be a tall task.
I love how they were using the drone to
commit to that.
try and cover up the view. That was hilarious.
He should have backed away, but he doesn't. I don't know if that cost his team the round, but certainly didn't help the case. Out just through the wall, and the mark is going to catch drone.
One enemy remaining.
And another one from Valorant.
Yes!
Put a little bit more bullets into that wall. Who else wants some? Who's on the other side?
Oh my goodness gracious. And
6-4, the guard. Pulling ahead, recovering after the streak of rounds from Mad Lions.
I'm just saying he's desperate to get some kills. Look at the economy on guard. Ooh.
Not enough damage, I think, to concern the rest of the guard, but...
Alright, so the guard's able to keep 4 up there.
Doesn't go the longest of ways, but definitely does help here in the last 2 rounds of this half.
That's kind of what you were needing, right?
Like, very weird buy.
It's Nary that's going to force... Oh, wow, they're actually going to force into this.
They're going to rethink it, surely.
I think, yeah, I was going to say, I think Nary is the one that
just Nary insta-buying.
Just so he can play with the knives in the next round.
Let's see it. That's exactly it. 1 away.
Hero rifle and Hero Odin. The Odin is crazy.
Man.
I won't lie to you. But Trick has been really effective with it so far and spamming angles down, getting space, and that's probably what it is here again on A.
They do have some decent info grab. Just one person on the front line, but again, double recon util from the Sova.
So much control.
The turret's the big one too. Yet another piece of info. Trick spraying away. There goes the damage onto Trent. That's could actually do something.
What?
Oh, whoa. And up. Tex.
From where?
I mean, he just plays this video game enough. Surely.
Literal shot back through the wall, knows the angle.
Wow.
And Mad Lions,
nerd.
They had an advantage, and now they're 4-on-4. And the thing is, advantages are still with the guard, gun-wise and ult-wise, because Net is still working with this lockdown. Narrate's gotten full control of A main, so that's where the focus pivots, back towards this catwalk area. With 45 seconds left and alert from Net, they can split back in towards mid off the Tex. And so the guard have got so many exit points.
Right, Zextro right around the corner. Only person here. They're not even clearing the corner.
Wow.
Only going to be able to get one. It was the one and done setup. 3v3.
30 seconds left.
But it might already dwindle down to at least a 2v3. One player over towards the mid side looking for the off angle.
You should run.
Yeah,
Jonas kind of chilling at pizza here.
But it's going to give them time to set up the ultimate.
No,
and Jonah
the
P
stinger!
Ultimately going down, but this lockdown buys time, and Net knows he needs to fight to prevent it from getting broken.
Absolutely super close here is Net.
Area's clear.
Gonna have to do it all. Swinging!
So unnecessary.
I don't think you need to push there.
He didn't even offer an off angle.
I don't think you need to push into that. I think that was a throw.
Had some util, but now he's suppressed. 1v3, low HP. Valen playing around.
Good news is they'll have enough to
only
reinvest
able
in
to
this
get one
next
out of
round,
it.
but that was kind of a
Low
throw.
HP, about 100 HP combined between Ainge and Drone. We still get around a very pivotal round back for Mad. I mean, they barely invested into this round.
Yeah, you question a lot of decisions there from the guard. I think Jonah P was not necessarily inherently wrong, but definitely maybe play back with your team off the lockdown, but Net for sure. Risking a really big solo swing.
Last round before the
now
switch.
giving Mad Lions an opportunity to tie up this first map at 6-6. Buy still ready for both these teams. Narrate's got the operator once more. And a timeout
Mad
by
taking
Mad
a
Lions, 'cause
timeout.
they know how big this round is. They must guarantee the 6-6.
This is great. Mad Lions, I mean, before, I would like to think that they were already pretty comfortable with their calling, their structure a little bit.
I mean, I do like them taking
Will alongside them.
the extra time here. I think
Now
that
with
shows
Narrate,
them really understanding the
you have to
importance
be a little
of
bit
this
more
first
in
map,
touch
especially with it being
with their momentum,
the guards map.
the way that the game is going. But at this point, after a win, going into the last round of the half, that's veteran right there. You know you only have 2 timeouts for the game.
The guard have, in the past couple of series, the last 3 series they've played, I think it was week 1, I want to say. Could be wrong. Yeah, week 1 they played against Disguised, and then the TSM and Sentinels game they had, or the T1 game, apologies. the Ludwig x Tarek Invitational.
Yeah.
It's always been pretty defensive based for the guard. 9-3 defensive side against Disguise, 8-4 win over TSM, 7-5 over T1. So this is a guard that rely a lot on the defensive halves. I think that's why Mad Lions took that time out to collect themselves and say, hey, we can't give up any more rounds. This guard team's got a formidable defensive half. With this final round, the guard are approaching the A site.
Get out of my way.
Probably to get orb control like they did last time for Jonah P.
Take flight.
They wait the knife out and then they're gonna take the space.
All right.
For all they know, it's just the mid lurk off the KJ. All 5 being here is a complete question for Mad Lions. It's not like they're still not picking and prodding. The players over towards Cat, they're actually pushing.
It's gotta
up.
be. Oh.
It's gonna be a big clear though. It's Isles.
They're not watching their
They
left.
know this is gonna be an A hit with Narrate peeking down with Yop and another solo effort, but this time it's on the Mad Lions side.
Oh.
Is there gonna be a flash with this? Any sort of util? Drone is just up, ready to swing. The owl drone is gone.
Oh, that's an unfortunate time for drone.
Drone.
Jonah
4
P's gonna
players.
get onto as well as Null Command. He's gonna pop. No, doesn't pop that. Instead, it's a knife. My apologies, but still, he's got this ultimate to play with and Trick.
There you go.
Full rotate this
Doesn't wanna
to
duel.
tree.
Backs away. Play the man advantage here.
No, the info is there. Not only that, but he has an alarm button in front of him.
They're
A
gonna
lot
full
to play
rotate
with,
this
but
to
still,
tree.
He just gives up the info of mid, and drone is around the corner. 1 is all he needed, but it is going to be the revive surely. 29 seconds left, more than enough time to just waltz into sight.
Wow.
How does Tex take down Narrate there? Ainge is still in the back of sight, looking for at least one, and it's only one that he's going to be able to get.
Both
2
of them are
players
off site
remaining
now
now
here.
for Mad Lions.
They
Both
break the
tree
door
side.
down really quick here to start the retake. Oh, Tex trying to duel. 2 versus 1 in that swing, and now a 2-on-2.
Uh-oh. The info's there.
Good
They know where both
repeat
are.
there.
Valen, however, stays alive in the back of sight. Getting a big kill onto Trick.
Valen's now,
Net
like,
being
right
a
underneath
nuisance.
Zexro, true.
60 HP left on Zexro. He's looking to jump on down. Balance to his left. Haven't seen too many of these opportunities for Zexro. Only 3 clutches. 3 opportunities on the season. He's just going right for it. He's just going straight for Jenny.
Yep. Good try.
Valen
You
has
can understand
the
why.
angle for him. The half is over.
Or you can understand
the
why,
guard
but
going into their advantageous side have the advantage.
And now it's time for Mad Lions to put in the work. Because this, again, like you said, like we've been saying, the favorite side here, 9-3, 8-4, 7-5 defensive halves in their last 3 games played on this map of Ascent. And that's why Mad Lions, I think, took that time out. They knew that they needed to at least tie 6-6. You cannot give an advantage to the guard on their defensive side. That's what they've got here. And at 7-5, Mad Lions have got the work cut out for them.
They don't care about util. Really, look at the investment.
Given how close to this game is, you could say the pistol round doesn't matter, but I think Mad Lions being a new team that kind of need momentum on their side, this pistol round matters a lot. They could get it here with a B hit. There's no one here to respond except for the players market.
All 5 are pinching mid. The guard peeking right into only 1 contact. Everyone else might have a free B main. It's only Trent watching over market.
They're going to have a very fast flank, and there's no flank set up here as well.
Uh-oh.
And just get dome piece by Jonah P.
Jonah, in comparison to the last few seasons, I mean, there are so many stars on this team, but Jonah has actually come up as one of the top 10 players in this league so far, and he pops up again. 2 kills for Jonah. Big wide swing, go right into the middle of main, and Jonah P gets yet another 3 for him. Now Drone in a 1v5. Good luck. Needs to tap all these heads now. Down to 9 HP.
Almost
Shot to the wall. Not going to be able to do it, of course. The guard going up 8-5. The Mad Lions needed that one, but they had so many conditions to make that one happen. Had a free sight and a flank.
That was honestly one of the most fluid retakes I've ever seen on this map in a pistol round. Guard setting up the mid play for the B wrap, for the A wrap, if that's what it came to. Had a paranoia set up as well by Valen to retake B main. Yeah, just a super fluid and very well practicing conditioned retake from the guard. You're gonna take the first round of the second half, establish the gun differential.
All right, so that should make
2 Bulldogs, a Marshall,
7
2
into 9
Spectres.
here after win the pistol.
Mad Lions are gonna try and barrel again. A different site this time. They're gonna try and hit A, where 3 players once more are gonna wait for them.
should just be a massacre, right? But these pistols could surely combine, have a bit of fun. There goes a molly in the front side. Okay, they still have their util. They still have 3 players on this front side. There is no way anyone from Mad legitimately wants to peek, but they peek with a flash. Nice. At least that works. That still takes one down. Nary trying to get a view with the classics. Mad Lions.
Oh, I was gonna say beautiful, but
really can't overheat here.
No, exactly.
Jonah P just swung out with a grenade. Valen tried to swing off his paranoia while 2 of his teammates were blind. This comes down to a 3-on-3 again with 2 rifles, or apologies, 2 guns down, a Bulldog and a Spectre in very pickable areas. Well, you get 2 guns here. Zexro could find something on this lurk.
It's just Zexro abandoning him in. He's giving them the guns.
Well, Zexro is also on the Mad Lions team.
Oh, my bad. Hey, you did it earlier. I can do it too. Still, none of this info is going to get taken. Back for A main. Actually, is split this time. That's where the info truly is. Net, in front of him, has the alarm bot. Didn't get the damage off the sheriff shot from Drone, but there goes the guns. Hands of Ange and Drone. Again, the player over
they're not going to be able to
knows that there's util right next to them.
Make that peek just quite yet.
It's a question of can Drone. No, Drone probably not going to get his knife in preparation for this retake. But if you could get the drone or the knife up, tag out the KJ util, better spot there for Zexro, but he instantly backs away and he's going to play back towards A main.
Whoa! What a shot from Tread! Still
aggressive.
2 players here on site. Not even on site, only 1 person here on site. Ange down to 10 HP. Just a spray through is going to go down, but Zexro, 2 nano swarms. 1 of them utilized already on site. Looking for a lineup off the wall, but instead he's going to look to swing off the classic. And Ned is just there to farm up some more ult points. 8th round for guard, but a lot of guns taken away.
A tricky decision there for Zexro to make. Difficult spot to be put in if you're trying to help your team out with a clutch. 9-5, the guard. No longer have that rifle advantage.
Killing me, man.
Tax who played with the Marshals actually gonna force up the Vandal, so we're not seeing that full bonus. And
hurting today.
It is to compete with Mad Lions' rifles, but how do you set Tex up in this round to get an aggressive position where he can win those duels and you can funnel more guns into your hands?
I mean, they're playing around him for sure. 4 players around him.
Yeah, they're gonna try and set him up here. The knife, the paranoia, the dart, everything.
Here we go. 4 players on this side of the map. 4 Mad Lions. And same thing with the guard. The trades go back and forth. Valen still looking for more of the frenzy.
I feel like
I don't think he should have gone for that kill there. But
the guard's definitely overheating.
Where he can pick up a rifle here as well.
He's got it. They have util over on B. They have the man watching over A.
Question is, do you think that they rotate over, right?
Too shabby, but again, rifle v rifle currently.
So much util left on this B site. Net should be good for at least delay, maybe even 1 here. But I think being in market just makes it a little bit harder. So this is looking like a retake setup for the guard.
They're just not going to predict that spot.
And it's not even a full bonus. They buy 1 Vandal, but they didn't have better guns here. And they brought it to a 2-on-2. Mad Lions are strapped for cash. Their goal is to win this round, but also to keep both these players alive here, Mad Lions. So you've got 2 conditions to try and hold this map back in your favor.
You kind of see the gears turning there for Mad Lions as they headed into B main, rethinking their decision to make this exec. Again, not a lot of util here.
Chilling.
The controller can have a lot more impact over towards
They're giving them a lot of room on A.
Covering up 1 known choke point. They knew the players were at, but they're actually retaking Heaven. This is even better. 1 less smoke to use. They can just use 1 over towards A main instead. Here we go. Uses the turret to actually watch the flank over towards Heaven instead. Very smart, but more importantly, Trent not peeking. It's going to be a clean 2v2.
Trent with a full kit of utility. Shock darts available here as well. Drone goes out. He's gonna get the tag. No wall being available. Still the guard. It's up to Net to try and make the move. Spots a player but doesn't get the kill.
Net is trying to get closer, but the swing from Ange does get the frag. Trent, however, both incredibly low.
Nice.
But the smoke gets into his vision, and Mad Lions sweep 1 away.
9-6, Mad Lions.
Nice score, chat.
Both those players alive, because yeah, again, financially they had a burden on them. Now keep themselves intact. It's the guard who, off of Texas full buy, off the support they try to give him with their util as well, will not have the best of buys moving into round number 4 of the second half. And now it's up to Mad Lions to continue this momentum. You've got the better guns. You have to hold on to it, though.
Oh, no.
They're going to try with a fast play towards B off the null command.
Not going to be anyone here on B to actually welcome them as the guard. They were going for a massive play over in mid. And
they're like super aggressive. Holy shnikes.
Just so he could take on this battle. 1v3 in front of him. He swings instead. He didn't want to take a 1v1 through the corner where they could see his shoulder back over towards spawn. Mad.
I guess they're going to rotate around expecting everyone to expect him to come that way.
The guard are changing their retake positions because inherently you expect a fast mid play to warrant a B main retake. It's not that this time. It's not as fast. The Knight didn't actually catch anyone. The flash doesn't get anything for Narrate. He is solo fighting towards B main.
So holding it. They're going to hard clear logs for sure. It's still 5 players here for the guard. They have so much potential in terms of the shorter angles. Ned is able to get the one onto Zextra. Narrate is left on his own. Trek has to go wild with an Odin, but now it's a 1v3 once again. Drone holding on, has a little bit of time. Fallon, Tex, they've run out completely on time. The
guard. Does he? No.
What happened there? Their patience ends up biting them.
Now they're not going to be able to invest this round.
Trying to readjust.
They're going to have to eco here other than the one weapon that Tech saved.
Honestly, not the best of post-plant holds, to be real with you. It's just time comes to be a big, big factor here.
That could be a big round.
But they did damage. Remind you of that.
Depending on how the rest of this plays out.
A lot of damage in these last 2 rounds. Taking guns away, and you just saw a judge their range. Narrate has to play with the knives. That's what keeps them with a strong buy.
Pivotal round for the guard to just take away a lot of economy from Mad, keep them in the game.
They're putting 4 players now on this B site.
What? 4
Knife
players?
is going to catch maybe 2 players.
No.
Now it's stuck into the corner and he has to be cleared.
Yeah, but there's only 1 player actually on site.
No way.
What? How does Tex get that one? Swinging out, and there's still full control of B. Nobody from Mad Lions able to go through except for the 2 who died.
And losing 2 players like that as well? How do you recommit into this?
No way!
Got another one on the shot.
Wow.
These are pistols! 2 players remaining, Drone and Ainge.
They've been darted, right?
It's revealed. I mean, you saw the taps over towards that left side too. They're looking for the Odin, and they're gonna find him. Trent takes him down. The judge has no chance.
Didn't even get a chance to let off a shot of the judge,
Nothing
bro.
but a few sheriffs and 1 rifle, admittedly.
Trent picking up the gun off of his first sheriff.
That's crazy.
The flash blinding both Trent and Narrate, I think, at the same time. Gave Trent the advantage. I think he turned away last second. But that's 10 on the board, and that's the reset they were looking for. Mad Lions with no cash, the guard with a chance to push to 11.
That's
3
crazy.
ultimates to try and get it done. Lockdown to play towards A. Hunter's Fury posted up towards his mid side where it can position itself towards A and B.
This was the path back, though, for Mad Lions. They win that last round, they can keep themselves in the game economically, or at least another 2 rounds after that. But instead, of course, we're looking at pistols. We're looking at the guard who don't even want to get anywhere near them. 3 players back in their spawn right now. Not a single person playing up in B right now.
Yeah, as soon as Narrate's knives get taken offline, you can see the instant pull away from Mad Lions of mid. Trying to lean back now into an A hit. A lot of support expecting Mad Lions to focus up on guarding because the lockdown is present. That's why you see the alarm, but that's why you see the nano storm. And Trick, I think, might be just trying to turn them off the exit. I don't really know.
Did it anyways. He's probably going to get it back if the game keeps going. Narrate, however, clearing out 1 in terms of Jonah P with the Blade Storm. Still a lot more work to do as the lockdown is going to clear them out of sight, going to put them back into A main. No ultis for them to get back, or excuse me, there is one for them to just hold, but not get back in. They're just gonna hold down to A main.
Don't worry about wine, bro.
Right into their spawn. Are they even watching the flank at this point? It's way too late in the round. Narrate's gonna go down a lot of low HP in the middle of this site, but there goes finally the Hunter's Fury from their spawn that they can't stop. Will it actually take down anyone, though? Will they still be able to take down this diffuse? It has to be a double wide swing. They're not even diffusing still. Tex finally going for it. Tex is down. Throw with a 3K. The shock dart is there. Net, does he have time?
Oh,
no,
what a big shot from Trick, though. Wow.
A massive thrifty from Mad
It's a big
Lions. And Valen doing all the heroics he can to try to win that round out.
That's a huge round.
But the shock dart takes him out. I don't know exactly how Tex dies. We'll see it here in the replay. Just gets gunned down by Zexor on the swing.
It was a suicide mission.
And Valorant just wasn't quick enough to get those 3 kills to keep Tex alive. And Mad Lions have called the timeout to try and sort through what the heck that round was, and can we do it again?
How do you repeat something like that? That's the classic round.
Yeah, I think what you're just doing here is you're just making sure.
Never. But narrate the way that he's playing, the way that he's confident. Same thing with Drone. The way that he's defending B right now. Mad Lions aren't looking too bad, but again, on this attacking side, we're seeing more creative things in terms of that post plant. The guard are getting slowly overwhelmed.
And look at the ults here between both of these teams. And again, another pivotal round. We've been trading economies. Mad Lions will have the full buy for one time, then the guard will have it for the next. This time, it's Mad Lions that have the buy. Tex with knives, Jonah P with his ultimate.
Another hero.
2 Guardians to work with now here for the guard.
All right, big round.
Mad Lions with their own lockdown as well now. Big round between these 2 teams. Mad Lions get reset if there's another eco round in the mix. Guard will have the full buy moving forward, but at 10-9 with a lockdown on the table, you don't favor your odds too well, and Mad Lions are starting to feel confident. Alarm bot doesn't get broken.
Valen has paranoia. It's gonna be a 3-person swing mid with Valen ready for a paranoia.
That's pretty crazy. No, he backs away.
No, he backs out.
Instead.
Just gonna be a 4-man, a 5-man push mid as Jordan is here too. Over on Cat, 2 kills going the way of guard. Still 2 more to go in mid.
Yeah,
Drone and Ainge do take it back. The Blade Storm going wild. Tex,
what the
absolute legend.
How does he get more? Tex, by some God's miracle, God's grace, has touched him. Because he goes up, gets one, goes down, gets another.
That's disgusting.
It just continues to swing. Mad Lions.
What are we watching?
You can call this a half buy, but to lose another round like this, to put the guard on 11, and this time there's nothing for you to work with. You don't have guns to back up these ultimates. And the guard are just a couple rounds away from closing out this map.
I mean, a missed defuse. A clutch post plant. How many more gifts does Mad Lions need? I don't think they're gonna get any more. Surely the guard are a lot more disciplined. Now look at how they're playing the op.
You posted, yeah, Tex up top on Heaven, doubling up now in Garden, leaving mid open. A very early null command.
Not gonna do much. It wasn't even a reaction to any sort of info.
Low-key could have been a misclick, but I think it was more so just an instinct, a feeling of an A hit coming through, and that's why he pops it there.
So a lot of time left.
Take flight.
This over towards mid. Don't think anyone's gonna hear this.
Just no guns. I fear that Mad Lions are gonna commit ultimates and not be able to back it up with their weapons.
Way.
Knife sees
nothing. There's no reason to
left.
with the ults here, right? You'd save them for when you have rifles, right?
The timing is not on their side. The guns are not on their side.
Surely the ulti's
not on their side.
They don't come into play here. Surely.
Yeah, surely it'd save them for when you've got weapons, right?
Towards B. They know the players are mid. They know the players are now B main. It's only 2 in the back line, but again, it's only pistols for Mad Lions. Here we go. 2 rifles in the back line. Net is here. Oh! 2. Make it a third. No, not a third. It's all on Trent. Trent is able to get 1 out of that. And more importantly, Valen the hero comes up from behind with 2.
To get the round, get themselves onto 12 here. Mad Lions.
Gets them up to 12.
What could be one final buy. And even then, even with rounds won, you have to keep players alive here. Your economy cannot stand losing too many players in a round. So win conditions are this. Win the round and keep 3 players alive here.
A lot easier said than done. Oh my goodness.
Very much easier said than done.
The way that the guard are playing this round, it might be difficult. 2 players in B, and you have the op still in mid.
I think Zexor's trying to activate this lockdown. Yeah, you see the jump play once again across.
No, overflick. Jump spot catches 2. The contacts are all over the place. They have B main and mid.
And it's lot of ground here for Mad Lions to build off of. Make it happen. This is the instance. Yep, early TP. I love that. It's lockdown and it's KO ultimate. No, cancels instead because they have Tex here as well. And where's the null command to come through? They're gonna try and break this lockdown.
Last round here for M80.
It does break.
They got the lockdown, so they don't have to back down.
Being utilized, suppressing Tex, suppressing the defense. One in the back line is Trent. One is over on stairs, and Jonapi is just done for. Trent playing around, has a lot more kills to get, but it's going to be such a difficult retake here for the guard.
Yeah, but now they're all on that backside here.
Not any piece of util between Net and Tex, unless you want to count the dash.
They're all back on that CT side.
To set them up. All
I guess one's not coming through pizza side round, but
grouped up into the back of B. They are playing the site. They are playing the crossfires, and I don't see a world where guards want to.
I feel like they're just setting up for exits, right?
Net already backed away.
Yeah.
Same thing there with Tex on the op.
Yeah, Net is 2 ult points away too from the ultimate, debilitating ultimate. Depending on how these takes from Mad Lions go, depending on how low their manpower goes on a post plant. Mad Lions, however, they are completely evading any of that exit potential. Don't need to rebuy anyone anyways. They still have enough cash. Net is going to stay 2 off.
They met both of the win conditions, or at least the overtime conditions. Just win the round and keep at least 3 players alive. They keep all 5 alive. Sets up their economy. Even if they were to lose players, I mean, at this point, it's not even if you lose the round, it's if you lose players, you can still buy.
The rebuys are possible for the rest of the game.
Yeah, same thing here with the guard, too.
Well,
cash is flowing for them. Mad Lion used 2 ultimates. Now we're looking to see, okay, Mad Lions.
No ult on either side.
Once again, without the ultimates, can you replicate
That's
the last
close.
Success?
I mean, they're
all 5 of them.
They're playing for retake.
Pushing towards the A site. Guard shifting 5 players over instantly. Just gonna use Net's utility to try and slow them down.
The rotation is so strong.
Oh, big kill.
Huge. KO gone.
Oh, damn.
Fallon goes in. Kills galore for the guard. Everyone here swarming. Nobody has a chance. Narrate in a 1v4, and he's done for. The guard put up their stance.
And just like that, as soon as the round starts,
so now we have to see here
to close out map number 1. And the guard, I'm not gonna lie, at some points it wasn't the cleanest, but still the players that we wanted to come
I don't
back
know if
to
I
life,
think
that being Valorant in particular, who had a -20 series against CSM last week, comes up huge for his team in a lot of these instances.
A lot more comfortable of a map for a guy like Valorant on the defensive side of this map. He went +10 last time we played it, and this time everyone was finally able to step up. But again, some crazy decision making, some not even miscommunication, but misreading of the game situation from the entire team.
What's crazy to think about though
a few rounds,
is the game was only just scheduled to start now. We're already going into the
have to
second.
get
Well, not going in the second half.
Some
First map's
the
done.
guard, I think now
that's kind of
see,
crazy.
Okay, this team maybe last week was just a fluke. Maybe they had an off day. Who knows? Valorant definitely had an off day, but here he did not. This was a guard that looked, I think, definitely a lot more fluid. Definitely still some things, like again, we saw that one overheat that Net and I think Jonah P had in market.
And Valen.
I still think there's a lot for them to work on here, moving to map number 2. Keep your composure because there's still work to be done.
Yeah, big map coming up again. Mad Lions, they're still very much comfortable with the rest of this pool, and this map coming up next, the guard lost last week, so let's see if Mad Lions can take advantage in map 2.
All right, champ. Well, first game up. Looked like Mad Lions put up a fight, though. They looked better than I thought they were going to. I'm not going to lie. I go refill my water real quick while we're on break, chat.
With eBay Refurbished, you have a choice of refurbished qualities to best fit your budget. Certified refurbished items are restored by the manufacturer to like new for up to 50% off. This drill was barely out of the box. Soon it will be back to working like new. Here's how it works. Every item is carefully inspected. Any imperfections are fixed by the manufacturer or manufacturer-approved vendor. Then it's tested to make sure it's working perfectly. Once it passes inspection, it's given the verified stamp of approval. Then repackaged with new accessories and shipped to its ultimate destination. With Certified Refurbished, you can shop with confidence because all our manufacturers go through a rigorous vetting process. And every purchase comes with an award-winning 2-year warranty, a money-back guarantee, and hassle-free returns. That's what makes it the smarter way to shop for premium brands. eBay Refurbished. Like new products, better than new prices.
All right, so we're going to split for this next map, chat. All right. I still think split's only been won by like 1 or 2 people who actually. No, split's only been won by 1 team that has picked that map between Lock-In and NA Challengers so far. So we're on a split. Go here. Don't think I have. Bam, bam. All right, so chat, we still have more games tomorrow. Tomorrow's games were the ones I was looking the most forward to. And then we've got ALGS starting up.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back.
Sorry about that. Yo, Moon, honestly, I don't know how you ended
the
up.
Guard, and I mean, the Guard is a team that we definitely have expectations for. So seeing them come out on top with the win at the end, I mean, I don't think that's necessarily the biggest surprise, all of it. More so the scoreline and individual things that were happening during said match.
Yeah, I mean, we're happy that the Guard got the win out. I do think that at the end of the day, that's what matters most. But at the same time, you look at the underlying factors of what the Guard went through last week.
I was going to say the Guard.
Like, okay, well, they're back on track this
still
time
won.
around. But one thing I am looking at for the Guard is, okay, you won the game, but how clean was it? And at times, it didn't feel the cleanest, to be honest.
I mean, we just had a lot of individual mistakes at times. Like you said, on the defense, they were overheating a lot when they would get the man advantage. But again, that's a lot of those individual mistakes that I would like to
Moon,
think
do you see
round
that,
by round, a team
not only
like
did
the Guard
I
would
saw
be
you
able
saw
to
the
fix,
Sentinels thing
we
for
ended
Apex.
up seeing them pretty late into that
But
second
did you
half,
see
and
that
Mad was just getting
duplex
closer
officially
and
got dropped
closer as
today?
we went because of those, again, those compounding issues.
I mean, if we're going to call it mistakes too, we also do have to be calling out who was performing and who doing well in that, because obviously after last week's performance versus TSM, we're looking at the Guard to step up, and people like Valen definitely
dropped
did.
officially on the roster.
As a key player, went plus 15 in this map. Already kind of, in my opinion, righting the wrongs of what happened last week against TSM, where he was minus 20. But someone like Narrate as well, who I thought honestly had a phenomenal first half. I was thoroughly impressed with what this guy was doing, and you know, not too much fun on. The sample size is really small, but he did put up good numbers, kind of led his team in almost all departments, especially that first kill department as well. But the rest of Mad Lions, you need the other players to step up as well. And you look at a guy like Zexro, who we compared his open qualifier stats to his VCL stats. There's a reason, because this kid was a freak like about a month ago, but lately it kind of just feels he's been playing a little bit off.
It's just his role, we expect a lot more. And on the defensive side, he only went 6 and 10 with 3 first deaths. I don't know how you're pulling first deaths like that as a KJ, but if they're aiming for you like that, if the Guard are really going for Zexor like that and his util, I mean, there just has to be other ways to just play off site and instead utilize really the entire team.
Well, this is where
on
we're looking for the bounce back, though,
with Phony
for Mad Lions and Mad Lion fans out there. Because our next map is Lotus, and this is where things started to really go downhill last week versus TSM. Guard didn't look comfortable whatsoever.
Yeah, this got picked against
someone
the
posted
Guard last
down
week,
line.
TSM.
Update
it
mine.
was
Shit. Fuck.
An uncomfortable map for the Guard, to say the least. It looked like that.
I can't remember where they said Zennial was going.
Using the Viper and the Breach and the Raze, trying to like gain map control with the Viper wall and use the Breach stun to set up the Raze. But the thing was, they just didn't look comfortable on it. They were giving up a lot of gaps in their defense. Map control just honestly didn't go their way. There were times where they would push down A, and then ultimately, when they pushed down A, they would leave a big gap over towards B, which is a very key part of that when it comes to splitting.
No, exactly that. They were doing a lot of very organized takes on the defensive side, the same defensive side, where they ended up losing 8-4. And, I mean, a lot of that ended up coming down to the outside takes, the 3-man, 4-man combination between, again, the Viper and the Breach. But there wouldn't be a Breach flash. There would be a Breach, maybe a stun, but there wouldn't be a Breach flash. And then Valen would be on the other side of the map entirely, no paranoia. I think there was just, again, specific scenarios for this team where, again, things just didn't end up working out on Lotus, just a bit of uncomfortability with the space. But again, we're looking to fix some of those more obvious issues.
And then this is where Mad Lions has that chance to really show us what they've been working on, really impress us at this point, because we haven't gotten to see their Lotus And of course, this was
I mean,
then
for Mad
their
Lions,
pick. It
it's
could just be a counter pick, or it could be really something they're
this,
working
or you're
on. So
out of
if this is where I want to
mid-season
see something,
invitational.
it's right now.
I think
and
you're
I'm
already
wondering,
technically
is it
out.
the
But
fact that they picked Lotus because of the fact that I think the guard played so poorly on it last week, or is it also Mad Lions actually know what they're doing? They've actually put time into this map. They've dedicated practices and scrims to it. Obviously, every team has, but is there some crazy gimmick that they have up their sleeve that we haven't seen just yet?
Well, it's time to see because our agent select is ready. So if there's something spicy coming out, well, it's about time.
Us, map number 2, and Mad Lions, well, their mid-season face-off life is on the line here in this singular map. They're 0-3 currently in the standings, and every round matters here with the round differential going up against them as well. It's the guard who will start on the attack, and have actually made a handful of changes. There's no raise this time around.
Yeah, 7-0 map streak, or 0-7 map streak for Mad Lions in the last 7 that they've played.
And a Harbor. What is going on with this comp from the guard?
Look, the guard going into this week, they knew that changes had to be
Harbor
made.
goes
I didn't
hard,
think
bro.
that they necessarily needed more control, but they're absolutely focusing up on it.
Yeah, they've swapped out the Breach for the Sky, the Raze for the Jet, and then presumably, I think it was an Omen they were running, or no, apologies.
Right?
An Astra is what they ran.
Harbor
Or
goes
no,
hard
it
to paint.
No, it was an Omen.
Valorant was an Omen. He picks up the Harbor, and it's such a different dynamic, because now you've got 2 controllers that have walls that span across this entire map.
The Breach is gone now, too?
From the small selection that we've seen of Harbor, he can be a really deadly combo, but I just personally feel that without the Breach, it's going to be even harder to get map control here for the guard.
And talking about Mad Lions, double duelist, looking for chaos on the attacking side, and already on the defensive side too. They're going for a 3-man push outside of A, but the guard aren't going.
Yeah, and the wall is going to do, honestly, nothing here, unfortunately. It's going to give a lot of control here to Mad Lions right off rip, who as well are not playing with a Breach, but instead have the double duelist setup. And they're going to use the Cascade to get early control here over towards C. Get the orb online already. And try and farm up this lockdown. But for now, it's Mad Lions in full control of A.
This 1v1 is going to be so difficult, this off angle for Trick.
Trick solo there, though.
And it's just a classic, though, so shouldn't be able to do too much off of it. And there's nobody
Take me back to Trick
whatsoever to make any sort of answer. And this is even better. Huge fake onto B, utilizing the Harbor wall to deny info. And Trick is now taking on a 1v3. The nade's actually going to go wild a little. But Trick around the corner with the classic, just hoping that Tex misses out on his body shots. 66 HP left.
It's all right, bought time for other people to rotate over.
45 seconds left. They're going to try and exit into this A side. Cascade as well to give them space. As the Viper Wall goes down, Tex with a great shot.
Still one at the back of sight, one up in heaven. They still don't know about Drone, but they do now. And it's so tough for him to get out of this position. Tread just absolutely destroys him. Ainge now in a 1v5 with a classic and a hope, but Valen takes him away. There you go, guard. Very, very clean pistol.
Yeah, very controlled as well this time around. I felt this time they gave up map control, but they were smart about how they retook it, right? When we watched them play against TSM, the very few rounds I feel that they had success on the attack was due to the fact that they methodically re-cleared and took space, and here they did that. Got control of the C orb, drew rotations with that mid play like you were talking about, faking with the Harbor wall on B, and that allowed them to kind of confidently clear out Trick, who's solo playing towards A.
So I haven't heard back yet or not if I'm doing
towards Mount.
attack in the morning.
Okay.
Just try and get this orb control with just the Cascade.
Well, listen, 4 players are behind the revolving door. Out they go. So many players outside here for the guard, but they don't care.
Nice
they just back
shot.
on out, and just due to the flash, they headed right to the corners.
Yeah, they even threw a wall to give them that rotate as well. So this is the guard that needs to continue to step up. Players like Valen need to continue their form. Trent as well. I think Trent didn't have the worst games, the worst map last time, but again, we know what that kid's capable of, so we always inherently expect a lot from him. And for Mad Lions, Rifles will be forced up in the next round. Narrate's playing a different agent. Have yet to see him play the Neon.
Yeah.
So how does he fare on that? They're running a double duelist as well, so there's a lot of possibilities of getting aggressive and getting map control, which I think you kind of want to see from this team from Mad Lions, is enabling both Trick and Narrate to get deep in towards A, deep in towards B, and just establish dominant control.
Well, it's off to a good start so far.
Just more questions here about the comp of Mad Lions, because again, like you said, we're seeing the Neon for the first time. Haven't seen it anywhere else. We haven't seen Fracture out of this team just yet. It's a much different dynamic from before. Mad have never played with this agent, not even with Will.
They're trying to set up. It looks like Narrate to get an aggressive spot. He's got the relay bolts. Flash there as well. The fast lane to kind of disguise where they're headed. But the guard have been running that default cascade, getting control of this orb. And they're now going to pop the ultimate here as well to try and make the C exec work this time around.
There goes the util. Trick having to back on out. Again, the sun should be coming at any moment now. Trick
though, honestly.
Has to back out of sight entirely. The retake.
Staying alive, which is important. Do you still have advantage when you go for the retake here, right?
Go down.
5 versus 4.
Spike planted.
Mad Lions still at a 5-on-4. They get aggressive into spot. Wins the fight. Trades galore, but it's actually Mad Lions that gets the better of all of them.
Somehow, Trent staying alive here, but Jonah P, maybe not so much for too long. Does have a flash around the corner. They're so patient, so cautious about peeking this, aiming right towards the wall as the Neon. There goes Jonah P. Can't get anything. 1v3 with a molly here for Trent. Trent looking for an angle onto Ainge.
Oh,
the is going
that was
in.
brilliant.
Ainge drops Zexro. Gets the final kill onto Trent. It was looking pretty close there, but Mad Lions actually have themselves around.
Close onto the head as well. Nearly got it down to 1-on-1 in just enough time for Mad Lions to get this diffuse off. That round, they got aggressive in towards spawn, and I think the C site is one of the more tricky sites to play on this map, just because you don't exactly know where to push. And if you want to get map control, it's 2 major points that you have to take, whereas on A, it's just, okay, fight stairs and watch out for heaven. There on C, it's get backside control, get defender spawn control, and also worry about waterfall. So I think the guard made a risk, a calculated risk of that, didn't pay off this time around. And Mad Lions steering clear of that early start, but we've got a big brawl coming here towards the A side.
Yeah, 4 players out here for Mad Lions, looking for something big. Trick on the front side, does have the satchel on top, but Tex reacts and he's there. Narrate's still looking to swing too, right from around the smoke. Tex is full flash and it has no chance, but the guard come out of it with the advantage and C control fully.
And they just back away. They realize the aggression. Net takes a punish onto Zexro alone on the C site. Now he's in such a forward position over here towards C. He's got C waterfall control as well.
Whoa.
Net getting caught on the cross. That still has the advantage in favor of the guard. The high tide covering Fender spawn as well. They know they mainly just have to worry about this post plan where
double
Spike
mollies.
is in a perfect spot for them.
Yep. Light and easy here. This is what they were aiming for in the last round. They couldn't get the 1 pick out of Jonah P and he couldn't back out into sight. Instead now,
that's big, so they have to push out there. Yeah.
A line of sight. Trent gets them both. It was eventually going to get him no matter what.
These parasites aren't going to take 1 step past this place.
Resetting Mad Lions here as well. Just didn't keep enough players alive off that 3rd round to push for another buy here in the guard.
Turret out.
Net is going to have the lockdown here momentarily.
Does the new Scream movie open this weekend?
Try and push the C orb. We're not seeing it here either. Doesn't look like it. No, we are. Another duel. A lot of focus here for Mad Lions on this A side. And guard, in this instance, are just willing to give it up here.
Continuously, again, Mad going very, very fast. Taking a very early info. Except for on B, they're not getting anything here, and Zexro for the 2nd round in a row is not going to get any info before going down, and Tex gets yet another one, wants a whole lot more. Drone is over towards B, and Drone is done. 2 more remaining here for Mad Lions in an instant.
Oh my goodness, Tex! Tex!
Just do it. Okay.
Ah, denied. There he takes him out. That's brutal. That is brutal, but the guard... You can very clearly see, I think, playing with a lot more confidence on this 2nd attempt of playing Lotus. And honestly, I'm not going to say the comp change is the reason why, but definitely Tex is on a much more comfortable role. I think Valen has got a good idea of how to play the Harbor. I want to see Trent vary up this wall though, and I think for sure you want Trent to get more involved in getting map control, because he's thrown this wall 5 rounds in a row.
Yep.
And honestly, it kind of sucks, because if you're trying to deny info, it's just not working. Every single time Mad Lions are beating on that wall.
Not that scary.
And I wonder if that's going to be an issue moving forward, is not being able to stop this A push, because eventually Mad Lions, it's going to work eventually.
I mean, that wall is just pretty much for post plan, or at least once they even just get on site.
Yeah.
But they're not even doing it. They're always faking the chance that they're going for that A post plan. Every single round it's that same wall, so they always have to maintain the same attention. I kind of see it.
Same wall here again. Trent is just going to toss out the orb to try and fake across. And this time Mad Lions have switched up from the A aggression 5 rounds.
All right, you got 2 ults available on each side.
We're going to see Drone set a guiding light. Try and get control. Doesn't flash anybody, but the flash
Magic Finger's available for you on narrate.
Forces those players back. So now they don't have that info.
Seekers, so that's going to be one
Seekers
of the 2.
Are gonna come out.
Lockdown here for net.
We're in the mid-size.
See some ideas though to have kind of move up here though into B.
Again, only has very little util in front of him. Just abandons the site entirely. This is gonna be 2 kills for Mad. There it is, Narrate. Ange. Narrate down to 16 HP though, looking for something big. Back over towards the bottom side. Jonah P pushing through the wall with 3 people in front of him, but he's only able to get 1 of them. Net 1v4. Again, the lockdown's going in. Couldn't wait anymore, but again, still gonna delay a little bit of time, but the defuse should go in. Good stuff from Mad, but the guard were trying a lot of aggressive things.
Chad, that would have been so crazy if all 3 of them get caught in the lockdown and they don't have time.
No way.
Mad Lions will pick up a 2nd round. I think they're trying to give Trick the ultimate here. So we're going to see probably this showstopper get used. I would assume early in the round, the way that Mad Lions have been playing and getting Trick and Narrate.
Oh, yeah.
Nice positions to get map control. But this round in particular from Mad Lions is get
big rounds here
as quick as possible. Don't let the guards
got a lot of ults available here for Mad Lions. That's a horrible circle. It's a better circle there. You only got the Viper's Pit for you if you're
actually seeing the
Stinger, right? And he only has the ult here to work.
And even like
Narrate.
Zextro.
Yeah. But Narrate
only has 2 charges less, so even he could technically get his ult available.
I think he's
Flash is next to him too.
Yeah, set up with a flash, barrel down, use the ultimate, relay bolt to try and get this control.
Absolutely, it's the classic. It's the day 1 Neon on this map, right? Here's Narrate though, just taking up a better position with the wall. Not using the overdrive just yet. He could use it at any point, but they're just maintaining the map control. The guard don't peek.
This is the slowest start that we've had so far in this map of Lotus between these 2.
It's because nobody from the guard are actually doing a deep lurk.
Establishing mid control, or apologies, C orb control.
Oh! He saw him.
Doesn't get the kill.
Okay, now they know.
Again to delay, and I'm not sure that you leave Narrate here on an island. The orb is going to allow him to cross back over. He stays a little longer, still with his ultimate, and now the guard, after feeling the lack of A control, are starting to regroup, and they're going to try and retake it as a team here.
And Narrate.
Flashing a dog available.
All right, has to go so wild. Ange, again, waiting for that first contact. Cascade comes through. Narrate, finally, out comes the overdrive, looking for a couple
Magic Fingers!
Gone. Drone gets 1, Narrate gets the other. The guard looking to adjust elsewhere, but their lurker hasn't
give him the Magic Fingers!
Towards C, and there's still 2 people there.
And it's a last-second pivot to the C side as well. 25 seconds left.
Oh, no.
Net's looking for anything.
That headshot might happen.
Net won't spot the head of Trick.
Nah.
Nate as a response. It's such a lovely setup here for Mad Lions on the defensive side.
Dude, you have 20 seconds. Y'all need to start moving this thing, bro.
They're still going to try and put pressure.
All right, 12 seconds left to get up, but again, spike down to the back. No chance. Just dwindling that economy at this point with these kills from Mad Lions, not letting anyone save. Let's go next then. Let's see what else Mad Lions has for us, because again, that overdrive was always the menacing factor once they saw the neon on A.
Narrate's going to hold on to the operator as well.
Uh-oh.
So now there's an op in the mix here for Mad Lions' defensive side. Where do they want to post it? Now I think the wall might get some impact in blocking off that opping angle. 3 ultimates here for Mad Lions. Seekers. The ult from the Omen, the teleport. Trick showstopper.
Such a big
Still
match.
have enough cash to buy from both these sides. It's more or less the same, but Narrate doesn't throw the fast lane. I think Mad Lions are kind of expecting the op to be there, so there's no contest here this time around towards A.
Once that happens, though, Narrate very fast to rotate back. He's going to be the only person sitting up on B. First contact with the op is going to be very important, but again, Trailblazer coming in. Might have hit on Denari, but Denari doesn't care. He's just letting B happen. Letting it be more of a retake here.
No. They're
This is big.
splitting back
Exactly.
Wow, they're pushing back into C?
Retakes his waterfall control.
Oh!
Showstopper comes out to try and deny it and trick. Now he's
But
got
why?
hunting, and he gets one for his troubles.
A lot more work here, though. They still have one over towards B-Link. And the defenders are gone on C. They both opt to peek.
You still have Trent tucked in as well here towards waterfall. He's got the Viper's
Trent.
pit.
No,
Oh,
drone.
no.
A lot of damage, though, but he's still alive. Still important for the rest of this round. He has a Viper's Pit.
Heal for Jonah P.
Yeah, Viper's Pit comes out now.
The ult does go up, and now Mad Lions. I mean, you still got an op in the mix. You're effectively working a 2-on-3 into this pit.
I mean, it's still a
Can't pick up a
3-3.
rifle. There's none in front of him either. It's just going to be these weird off angles that he has to go through with an op. That is insane from Drone, but just needed to do something. Just absolutely sent it with the flash. Ainge does catch one in the middle of sight. Trent sheds the nearsightedness and ends up getting the 2 kills. Ainge looking to wrap up, still 2 more frags. They're looking at least for a pixel. Ainge is going to find a kill, but that is it. What a hold from Trent. But again, needed to stay alive barely with a little bit of HP after the B-Link interaction.
Now, what a exit as well from the guard.
What did we
First,
figure?
Kind of
It was kind of like the average score on this
that
one.
was the key thing.
At
Here.
half.
You didn't over-aggress on A. You kind of expected the op to be there, so that's not a part of the map you can test. And then accelerating to try and make a C split work after realizing how much ground you gain over there towards C main. Mad Lions, they will have another buy here. Trick is going to be the one to pick up the operator. Alan's got his Reckoning, and Zexor's got his Lockdown. 2 ults that we can look forward to here, but again, Mad Lions are going to contest, and this time the guard will battle back a little bit. Send the flash, try and contest the A control. This is Mad Lions taking, again, full control with a 3-person setup.
Yeah,
Did
my
hear that
stomach
link
growling. I'm
breaking.
getting hungry.
2 players, 3 players now.
Somebody needs to tell the
Working their way
guard to
up
wrap
B.
this up, dog.
Knows that there might be a little bit of trouble in front of them. There goes the alarm bot. But nobody is in the B-Link to try to capitalize. Again, Mad Lions in pretty good positions to be able to rotate. They're doing it quite early.
Rotations. Yeah, that did draw rotations, and Mad Lions have shifted 3-4 players here. Ainge not too far off the A link. The Reckoning can clear up this entire site. I've got Seekers here as well to try and push these players back.
I suggest you move.
There he goes.
Grab, I think, for net, and there's that Reckoning, and now Trick has got a fight. Alone on site with the op is not enough.
At least you had the util for one, but the
Util at least
lockdown
help
is
with
going to
the
have to get
trade
help
there.
around the corner. Jonah P does get the big frag onto Zexro. It's just poor form that Zexro couldn't get anything else out of that. And Trent's on his way back in B. Such good timing. There's another person right behind him, too.
Trent is ready for it. Whoa! Little tag as well. Does actually get caught out. There's a nanostorm on the spike and an op to play with here that Net is holding.
Oh! No!
Needed to hit that shot.
Here we go, Valen. 1v2, no util for him now. He does get the cascade recharged, but it does not matter. Again, they have util on site. That first pick breaks it all.
Yeah, Net not getting that kill kind of ruins and spoils the whole post plant. His just swarms are on the spike. He's the one holding the angle.
What a start to the round, though. Mad Lions, they were getting pressured out. I mean, it was a much different approach from what we saw from the guard. We
taking the
haven't
time
seen
out
too many
here.
splits from them.
These should still be good on
Usually
buy
just
here,
seen
right?
The one lurker try to make their way up.
I think.
Mad Lions, they're still able to somehow manage out a round like that. A guard, they need a timeout.
Yeah.
Appropriate one, I
I
thought.
think this is a good spot to call it in. Because it's not the fact, the issue isn't your exits now, it's the post plans. And you're losing players, right? That's the second time we've seen a player lurk up. I think one round it was Net. That last round it was Trent who tried to lurk in towards B to catch players on a flank. And the benefit, the cost is, okay, you lose a crucial piece, and especially when you're losing players on the exec, that lurk, if you lose that lurk, you're putting yourselves at a man disadvantage for every post plant.
All right.
the benefit is, you know, if Trent's able to capitalize, then you've got yourself a crazy 2-piece from him, allows the post-went to happen, which Trent almost got.
I mean, we saw it earlier.
I think the guard was probably trying to talk about buys. You see a couple Guardians.
I think it was Narrate.
Nope. A Guardian, a Marshall, Spectre.
Lions,
they want to make sure they're good for buys in the next round.
In control of this game, the guard have to try and stabilize, because I feel this A aggression has been the backbreaker of a lot of these rounds, in the sense that the guard are just not able to take this space and have no map control for it.
Also, Mad Lions, ever since adjusting to 2 players on C,
and look
no
how
coverage
fast
of B.
Mad Lions, look, they just throw you till they instant back away, because they know the guard aren't going to contest this. Instant rotate back towards C and B.
That's quite the call, because again, the guard, yes, they've committed elsewhere, but it's mainly based off the info, mainly based off the lurks. They are committing outside of A main, just 2 players looking to maybe bring in some rotations from Mad Lions, but like you said, Sully, again, they should be committing to another side of this map. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
What a peak.
Spike down, C.
And that's the power of this A control. And Mad Lions are now fully using that part of the map. Shifting players so fast now to C. And where's the response of the guard?
The patience is insane. You know that you're probably facing up against an anti-eco. You see a Marshall on the floor in front of you.
One enemy remaining.
They don't opt to push, though. They don't opt to overheat. Getting the ult orbs in the hands of Zexro. 1 bullet, 1 HP. And somehow Valen actually gets a kill out of that. But even then, we move on into the last 2 rounds of this half. The guard don't even know if they can even buy going into the last round. If they lose, of course.
Yeah, it's a tricky economic situation. And I don't think they will be, actually. Even with full loss bonus, it would be a very scrappy buy. But here they're working with the lockdown and the Seekers. Mad Lions, I want to see if they continue that theme of just throwing util towards A and insta-rotating, which it kind of looks like it. When Narrate's over here, he's got the ability to make that really fast rotation.
Oh my goodness.
No, they commit this time around.
Right. Might keep the neon in that angle,
Big
but
push up here into C.
Probably just at least making that take a little bit more difficult. Throw the guard off guard.
See everyone rotating over. There's going to be a lockdown.
Set up here for C. There's already 3 people very fast, very quickly into the back of C, but the lockdown should keep them away.
Oh,
I'm kind of surprised you don't have one of these guys try and push up that way off of it, honestly.
Retake down here. That's an overheat drone. Catching Jonah P. Mid-swing. Tex does get 1 back here, but that's still not enough. 4-on-4.
Ange was watching the angle.
Because everyone's back
Ange
C-hole.
almost had a big one. Now it's a 3-on-4 as Narrate gets up another. Valen in the back line is going to be the only person here. Trent
Magic
has
fingers.
And he might have to push through
Magic
the smoke,
fingers.
Clearing out the side on his own. Almost got the last one through.
And now the guard's
going
to be in trouble.
The intuition is there. Things
Could
are
be
clicking
5-7
here for
going
Mad Lions on the
into, or
defensive
7-5,
side.
I should
They
say,
have
going
a
into
lead.
half.
They're bringing this to such a good game as well. Granted, I think the guard actually looked a lot more comfortable with this composition, but Mad Lions,
Because I mean, the guard only has.
pivotal.
I mean, the guard does have
Stacks
knives
like
here.
that on C, and the
I should
confidence in
say,
these retakes
compared to
have
nothing
been
on Mad
unreal
Lions,
from
but
Narrate. Goes in first.
Obviously, that's not the
Always
greatest
able to get a kill.
things to look
Now
at
the guard,
right
yes,
there. So
buy is weak, and they can still afford some semblance of a buy. But now, I mean, it might be too late here, but they're going to try to change up the setup. Both Mad Lions and the guard are changing it up.
I mean, finally.
Test towards A.
It's been, what, like 10 rounds, 11 rounds since we've seen finally a takeover towards A. And that stuns them entirely already. That's probably why the guard, there's so much util early on in that long outside area. 3 players in the back of A right now. 2 players in the back of site. 1 back in spawn. Here comes Tex, not able to do anything with the Blade Storm. And there's still the crossfire on site. But that wall is actually good for the 50-50.
Ange is just able to get away as well. Dextro, I think, wants to maintain the high ground to try and get the ultimate online. 4-on-4. Nets arrived. High tide has gone down, and now they're playing the post plan around this cove.
Valen wanted that peek. He just wants this angle in general. He's hungry for a couple frags in the middle of the deep here, waiting for a peek or 2, but he's just absolutely done. Zextro destroys him. 2 players remaining.
Smart to push it.
Needing to go crazy. Needs
Wait,
2 here,
there's
but now it's Nets, who's completely gone. Eviscerated is the guard.
7-5 for Mad.
As Mad Lions, 1 by 1 by 1, all of these angles were gone.
These retakes are just so fluid for Mad Lions. Like, there's no hesitation going into these sites. The guard now on the defensive side have their work cut out for them. This is a comfortable looking attacking team, or apologies, defending team from Mad Lions. Now how does that transition to the attack? You're running with the double duelist. So explosive possibilities are there, but more importantly, everyone on Mad Lions is starting to come alive.
That Tex
Nary has been
Storm was
exceptional.
Blade Storm, sorry.
In that first half. Still more to write home. Still more Valorant to be played here in Lotus. It's not done yet for the guard either.
The double duelist comp would like to think that they're trying to compensate for some lack of control.
Look at this, a 5-player look over here towards C, and 3 players to try and fight it.
Oh, this is going to be fun. Cascade up front, Flash in the front side. They have full control of Mound.
This is not
that's
worth
a big
paranoia. All 3 get hit by paranoia.
Yeah, what a paranoia. Again, Mad Lions
couldn't
aren't
push through on that, though.
Much more other than just spamming the smoke, spamming the wall.
Yeah, honestly, if I'm Mad Lions, I'm retaking this.
Yeah, there's going to be so much util here for Mad. Oh, they find Tex too. His dash is going to be a bit slow. He's actually fine. 20 HP, needs to get around the corner, and he does. Mad Lions, however, HP dwindling, util dwindling. They fought so hard there for Mound.
They get that map control and they just back away, knowing they're at least going to keep 2 to 3 players here on the C site.
You gonna play a fake here?
Flash doesn't catch.
Oh,
Cut of noise. It works so well here.
Spawn grenade out.
The guard have fully given up sight.
Oh, yeah, and they see a smoke
as well. Is going to commit them over here towards B.
Beautifully done. Mad Lions now just need the 1 player in the back line to try to hold Valen. Some extra damage would be great, but he actually gets a headshot, and 2 players are actually ready to burst through the smoke. You do have the raise around the corner, but Trick is down so low. Yet another great shot from Valen. Again, very low is Trick. 45 HP through the smoke, but Ainge, again, looking for kills, just looking for space to try to get this plan. But again, oh my goodness, 3v4, but now it's a 3v3. Zextra all the way from behind, getting the frag. This plant will go through, but Zextra needs to help. It's a 1v3. The Nano Swarm, did it hit the wall?
It hit the wall, brother. That hurts.
No chance now for Zextra to get the defuse off. That's the guard. Honestly, with just Valen's 2 kills, that wins them this round.
Yep.
They got outplayed tactically. I hate to break it to you. Valen with 2 massive headshots brings the round to a 4v3 with his death going down. Now the guard back in control, at least for the time being. Have their guns up, have their buy ready, and it will be Mad Lions who, with lesser guns, it's okay. What's the game plan from here on out? Looking at players like Nara and Zextra to step up big. Zextra in particular, who we know what he's capable of. How does he fare on this map?
Duel 2-pad again has been going relatively negative on defensive sides. He at least goes even. 8 and 8 in the first half. Over towards B, though, he faces a contingent KJ. Pistols aren't going to be able to do much. This is just the wrong route for Mad to take.
And I'm looking at the big difference in the walls that are thrown between these 2 teams with Vipers. Or apologies, with the way that the guard throw their wall this time around. It actually gives them map control and gives them space compared to what they threw on the attack. So, like this wall a lot more. Didn't see the wall they threw on the attack too often against CSM. This one is a lot more common, though.
Yep.
And so the guard, I think the comfort side is definitely going to be the defense. You, as a lot of people refer to Viper as at times, can basically be a sentinel. You kind of have 2 sentinels to play with here. So for the guard, comfort side should have always been the defensive side. We're going to see if that does hold true.
Alan's able to get one. Again, with the 2 players in the back line, the SMGs should be able to farm. But Valen, he already has so many kills. Very close to getting the ulti. That drone's already gone. Going into the next, Mad Lions have their guns. It's their first big opportunity on Lotus.
Both sides.
Very excited to see what they have first. Again, the double duelist, we haven't seen the full effect of it yet. Want to know what sort of control that they can get with only an Omen, no Viper.
It's going to be fun to see where the exit goes, how the exit is played out, because you're only working with just drones util to set up Nary and trick these execs. Granted, I think Drone did a really good job in that first half working with Nary to get A main control. focus themselves up towards the C side, where I think we could see Trick blast packing into sight with Narrate trying to set up like a wraparound in that elbow area. Mad Lions seeing nothing, hearing nothing. Same thing with the guard as they use that high tide to get control all the way over here towards A. Start to pivot these rotations quickly.
The slow approach.
Trick is just going to blast back in with his judge in a second.
Re-clear of A main right now. They know that there's nothing B right now. Lots of noise outside of C. It's just the guard being preemptive. A lot of util utilized by these two defensive agents.
Ooh. Molly slows down a little bit.
Blast back into sight and Net wins the fight.
Yeah, and needs to run away though. Only going to be one on site, and he's even backed out.
Yeah, M80 looks a lot more
might call out his angle,
organized and like precise, don't they?
Trent around the corner does overwhelm. No, there's only 3 left. Make it only 2 left. Trent just knocking down the numbers. Mad.
Although seeing people talking about Turtle Troop today makes me excited about seeing the rest of the season with Turtle Troop.
From Valen, that one dangerous position, just the picks in general, dwindled down the numbers enough to give this team an easier round, an easy retake. Zextra on a 1v5 has to be done. He only gets 1 out of it. The guard back in the lead.
Very clean retake. And honestly, a well-played, I think, initial exec. Snake bite gets thrown out from Trent to slow things down. Kind of just delaying, presenting a kill as well. It's a risky play from Trick to try and blast back in like that and just judge his way through, but tries it, Net wins that fight. And I just think the collapse of Trick and his control made things a lot more uncomfortable for Mad Lions. So they're back to an eco.
Yeah, I think NA Challengers is very strong.
They're starting to pull ahead now.
I am actually thinking that it's a little bit tighter of a contest than
a lot of key ults
I was initially thinking the more the season goes along.
Viper's Pit is getting online. So are the Seekers here for the guard.
Satchel out.
Trent ultimately forced to back away off of C. So a lot of control given up here. You can see mid taken up here by Mad Lions. C mains taken up here as well by Mad Lions.
I mean, forced to rotate now. Somebody.
Right.
Get at least better control of C. Just with one person outside, you at least have time to put up some util. Get that rotation in. But they need a second body. They're calling it
in Americas. I think that's true.
B. Trent gonna delay with the molly, but the dash in should take him down. Narrate takes out Trent. Net still alive and backing out.
Yeah, Net backs all the way to small.
At least from what I've seen.
Waterfall. They're just trying to play this retake. They don't have bullets to go off of. But it's still going to be a tricky post one here from Mad Lions, who effectively came into this with just a Stinger and pistols, but now they've at least got an extra Phantom in their hands.
Drone, once that wall goes down, he can't cross. He's just going to be stuck right in the middle of this site. And he has a flash right in front of him, but half of these players don't even get hit. The Seekers are gone in an instant. They know where Drone is. I don't even know if they can wallbang him or not, but even then, here we go. Trick doesn't see anything up top. Ainge does get the trade back. 2v2.
Okay, hold on.
There goes the showstopper. Trick has one in front of him. Oh, and the jump up doesn't reveal him. Valen, does he have a chance at its defuse?
Drop the cove on himself.
16 HP, and the nade does it all. An eBay clutch to keep Mad in the game.
And Trick with the util to win out the round. Valen dropped the cove on himself to try and stick the defuse. But Trick playing with his util to perfection.
16.
To give his team a must-needed round. On an eco as well, in my opinion. 2 Singers is all they really had to go off of. The guard, yes, they've got ults online. The round is what mattered most. This is the round that chooses and decides who takes the big lead, who gets to 10.
This is why Tex is peeking like this.
Sides.
Tex going for something incredibly aggressive, has the op peek out over towards Mount, needs to back out. Nobody has the fast rotation. It might be fast here for Mad. KJ is here, but they don't have an ultimate.
Tex tucks tail, runs. Narrate's gonna abuse the space. He's just ran through the smoke. He's gotten so deep, and no one on the guard is swinging their head that way. These Seekers aren't gonna spot him, and Tex, he's blinded.
That's my boy.
To this play. Still gets the kill.
One player over towards mid is gonna get revealed, but still gets a kill back.
I mean,
if
he were to start doing that, I would
they knew exactly where he was. Man advantage still for the guard. Don't know where Ned is. Ned has been around this corner the entire time.
Yeah.
Again, still waiting for their opportunity to go in. One person over towards ramp. That's a great paranoia, though. It covers up both C-Main and Link. Net with a big kill. Still 2 more players here for Mad. Make that 1 more. And make that none more.
Little man got himself a music award, chat.
Take the round back. 2 ultimates.
We definitely know who we got them G's from.
They've got the Viper's Pit. Things are looking good. The retake as well. I don't know how Tex gets that kill, but that's what cues and kicks off the retake. And now we're looking at Mad Lions and what their economy is, and it's really non-existent. Another hero rifle, a stinger here or there, and maybe an opportunity to get Narrate onto his ults in a second if they can get control. The guard have got the buy, they've got the ultimates to back it up as well. We'll see what they have in store for us when this Viper's Pit is going to get popped, but
We've been
I think
grinding on the xylophone
get
apparently.
This ultimate for Narrate.
Quite a bit different from what we've seen in prior rounds in B. Double peek out towards that mid side. It's going to be the Trailblazer. They're not going to expect the op, nor are they going to expect a Phantom peek. Oh my goodness, Jonah P.
Just swings into it after stunning 2 players.
I guess why not? They still have the Opera right in front of them. Ned is now holding. Need the players from Link. Tex is able to get the 1 kill that he needed. 1v3 now. Zexra might be able to pick up a gun and even takes down the low Valen. Zexra around the corner has Tex very, very close to him, but the Viper's coming up too. Viper's Pit is still around. Molly is still around. Zexro.
I just don't think Zex has the bullets here to take both these players down right now.
16 is just enough for 1.
It's still Cadence.
But it's not for 0. Tex.
Still Cadence.
Okay, stays alive with the op. We're going to need that in the next round. Mad Lions, however, we get the guns back in such a pivotal round. They lose this round here, and it should be a red carpet to 12.
Yeah, look at the ults here as well for both these sides. Lockdown for both teams.
Well,
Viper's Pit still available for Trent. I think this is a key round.
Chat, I think this is going to be another sweep, and I'm kind of okay with that. Because I need to start editing this focus
typically I think you
interview.
use this ultimate to control B main.
I would really like to get that done.
Really effective.
And get that put out tomorrow.
You take Icebox control, in my opinion. You pop it deep, get very deep over towards that B connector. Mad Lions have elected to switch it up. Pretty aggressive here towards A, leaving just Zextra to watch the flank. And they get pretty good control here as well. Narrate's got a big avenue as well with his A link door.
That's once the wall goes down, he's going to try to play a 50-50 with someone potentially over towards Link, but nobody peeks him. 2 players on site. Jonah P not going to get revealed. There goes a big flash. Should be able to get 1 off of this, but he gets nothing. How? Valen in the back line. They know he's there off of the paranoia.
Oh, Valen, what? Finds that kill in the cove.
Okay.
Tex all the way up top with a double updraft. Kind of stuck in.
No, he's not.
Violent, but they still swing. No way there's a gap in this, and they still find the kills.
No way.
How did the guard do it again? 4 versus 1. And Age is
this is going to re-break the bank.
Definitely spotted Trent, and he's
Okay,
got
hold
1
on.
to start with.
With the wall, that actually helps him out.
Oh,
Let him cook, chat. Let him cook, chat.
Oh my Ange.
What a shot.
2 more players to find.
Surely
and,
not.
I mean, they're both pretty split apart. Valen's got no idea where he is, but
30
Tex is just
seconds
holding
left.
this angle. And that's what makes the cross hard. I think he spotted it as well.
Beautiful,
It's not enough.
He tried.
Not enough for range. That's 11 for the guard, Gus.
Together and overwhelmed.
How? How, though? The defense was dwindling so much. That was Mad Lions' best attempt at A so far.
And using the lockdown there as well. You go into this next round, no cash, forced onto a timeout. And the guard are still playing with a lockdown and a Viper's Pit here.
That essentially closes up 2 rounds.
Yeah.
They can get a Viper's Pit active on the front lines for 1 round. Lockdown next, that's it.
This is pretty much over, chat.
Still very much speaking.
So we do have games again tomorrow.
Totally up against the ropes. They need
Tomorrow's
this
games
timeout
are the
to
ones
think
I was
about
looking most
first, not only
excited, or I was
plan for the next round,
most
but plan for
looking
the round
forward
after that,
to
but
be fair.
geez, they have no money. What can they even do? They don't have ultimates lining up. They just use a massive lockdown in the round before. Just the options dwindling for Mad Lions. It'll be a 4-round comeback for them. But Tex on this defensive side where we
And
wanted.
hopefully, I guess
these Jets
tomorrow
to
we
pop
can hear
off,
back about this
has been able to pop
ALGS
off.
thing.
To close it out, you have to maintain that form here.
Thanks.
I might send another follow-up message just in case tomorrow, honestly.
An aggressive look again, similar to what they did in the last round with Jonah P. 2 rounds ago, apologies. It's up against the Eco. Hero rifle from Zextro, no armor. The flash.
I don't know, man.
Sets Jonah P up close, breaks the dog.
Oh, double.
Both of them break the dog, actually giving away both their positions, so they're forced to back away off of that.
It's going to be a very heavy readjust to somehow make this a mystery for the players of Mad Lions.
Rocking Chico here.
Guard have decided to capitalize on this kind of noise and taking up full A main control. So we're going to see here in a second Trent start to back away and probably, post up in defender spawn where he's going to support Net with this lockdown just to make the retake a little bit easier, but Net goes the other way.
Oh, big shot. Just to distract. Keep players on B. Here comes a C take. Zextro on the front side. Yeah, no, great answer from Net. He's been in this corner for a while. Trent able to get one just through the smoke. They're just looking for the plant before they leave, but it just does not matter. Trent has dwindled them all.
That's huge.
3 kills.
I mean, it was to be expected, but
12 now.
Keeping everyone up is huge.
Doing a ridiculous job as well at that smoke in defender spawn. Mad Lions. This was do or die, and this last round is everything. To stay in contention for the mid-season face-off. That's what this round means. You've got no ults. There's still, again, we still have a Viper Spit to play with. And Trent has just been sitting on that.
But this round too, the whole group is over. Disguised. This next round, you're into playoffs. Mad Lions, however, have a lot of what they would like for a take like this.
All right.
Have the flashes, have all the manpower. It's only going to be the op in front of them on C. There's nothing stopping them.
John was asking about
good one way.
Smoke actually.
These guys earlier, they gotta turn up here.
In case he got swung right. So
look at this push A. Triple coming out, but Zextro is making so much noise here trying to stop this.
Not something that happens too often. The guard, they establish that control, drop a cascade. That's probably enough to keep them off the angle for a while. And allow this heavy rotate towards B and C.
Yeah, Mad feel it entirely. They have nowhere to go.
You can't retake A. You don't have the util. Well, you do have drones util, but if he backs
they
away,
need one
focus
kill and to
towards
instantly
C,
use those seekers. They're just going to use it to exec.
Seekers get popped nice and early here from the guard. That gives the info. That cues the exec.
Nate is there. Overdrive is there. Ned
they're trying to push in quick.
Beautiful stun, really. I mean, both players on C having to back away.
5v5 on the retake.
It's going to be a 5-on-5 for now. Again, the plant still hasn't gone down, but the guard are very patient, waiting back towards their spawn. This map is very tight. The site is very tight. The Vipers can still it doesn't matter.
It's over. GG's.
Fall into his nets. Takes down 3 and gives the guard playoffs.
Insane.
Dreams and hopes just got dashed away from Mad Lions.
That slow-mo is sick.
0-4 in the group stages, and they have no chance to make it to playoffs now. And this game decided everything here for Group B. TSM, the guard, M80, and I believe now Disguise, all qualifying for the mid-season invitation, or apologies, mid-season face-off.
Yes.
And there is so much to digest here as the guard come back to form. We'll bring Sierra back in and discuss this, because Sierra, we expect this from the guard, but on Lotus of all things.
Hey, I'm glad to see that there is the adjustments and the lessons learned, because after the loss
what a
last
game,
week,
champ.
there was multiple members of the team, even the coach, talking about there's lessons to be learned here. Like, we're hit the books, we're going to come back next week, and to see the adjustment and the turnaround, especially 3 agent changes, I mean, they're definitely taking this so seriously, and that 2-0 victory was definitely deserved.
Yeah, I mean... Sorry,
guys, you go ahead.
No, I got you.
I already said my piece.
Okay, no, you'll say it in a little bit. Again, the guard, they were trying so many different things over on the defensive side last week, and a lot of them just did not work out. A lot of one-off plays. Again, a little bit of that overheating that we saw this week, we also saw in Pearl, but again, a little bit more susceptible to mistakes, especially when you're down in the second half.
Boy, rocking the lock-in hat. I love it.
They kind of made the right answers for us going into this week. One thing that we just didn't see from Mad Lions, they weren't targeting that one weak spot over towards that A area that TSM were able to exploit last week. But again, a lot of other questions need to be answered for Mad Lions because now they're eliminated and they have about a month to reset.
Yeah, you know, I also think is you look at that map and you think that, yeah, the comp changes honestly probably did help a lot for Guard, mainly on the defensive side where it's a lot. I feel like really
Mad
getting map control over
a lot. Like I feel like OR
last time didn't necessarily allow that. The
kind of got the like benefit of a really shitty draw.
Open smoke, which I think we saw Valen implement really,
hasn't
really
looked
well.
terrible, just hasn't looked great,
getting that
right?
Almost every single round. I think the Guard overall came in with a better game plan, and I hate to say it, probably came with a better comp because I'm a big breach player when it comes to Lotus, but the way they use that Harbor and Sky to take map control was honestly a big props to them.
Are you about to swap to Sky after seeing this performance there, Sol? It's the real question.
Maybe. I'm thinking about it now.
And the Omen too. You were an Omen main on this map.
Yeah, but the thing is, you need good teammates, man, and I don't get those in my ranked games.
Okay.
Whoa. All right. I mean, there is definitely a couple of things coming out from Mad Lions, though, that you can commend them for. I mean, just narrate. I mean, I love the aggression coming out from him. Even just the one point where he's going and pushing spawn. It's just, at this point, too, we're at week 4. Some changes a little too late.
I think it's a matter of discipline for this guy, Nary, because he was honestly a joy to watch. You know, I didn't have the highest of expectations.
Tune in if we
for this
watch
guy.
like CRL at night?
We don't know who he is. We don't know why he came out of the roster, but there's still so much for this guy to prove. Again, if he sticks with Mad Lions, I think the future is.
I know we've been mostly watching like.
Get this guy that experience because he doesn't have that much of it, and I think eventually,
We've mostly been watching.
I wouldn't say within the
like shooters
year,
over here.
One of the best players.
I'm a big fan of Rocket League.
Yeah, I mean there were a lot of changes that Mad Lions needed to make in the last 2 weeks, anyways. So I mean, in a month, a solid month. Not only, of course, facing up against other VCL teams, but reminder, VCT Americas is coming, folks, and that means the players are here too. Lots of very high value scrims for these players, for these teams. A lot of evolution is going to happen throughout the offseason with these eliminated teams. But again, right now is already that mental reset for this Mad Lions team. They have a lot of time to prepare, and I think they can really only get better. I mean, again, next week, they have a much lesser opponent in comparison to M80 and Guard. So it's just another test.
Just another test, just another chance for the individual players to try and prove themselves as just quite a bit of Valorant here ahead of us. We have our interview up shortly, of course, though. A little shout out to one of our partners.
All right, chat.
Investor, proud partner of the night. Investor helps everyone invest smarter with Fantasy Finance, where you learn to invest in real time with a virtual portfolio of $1 million.
I think we're going to go ahead and get up all out of here. So we're about to take a break, and then, I'm not going to wait around until we do this interview like we normally do. We're just going to go ahead and get up all out of here. We'll be back tomorrow, 4 p.m. Eastern time, to be getting back into our last games for the week. If we happen to have any Apex fans in here, if y'all can do me a favor, man, when I sign off, y'all can check out the interview we just did with Nasky. We just put it up. Actually, it just went live while we were live with this. Nasky's the IGL for KCP. We sat down, kind of chatted a little bit about his time through Apex. He's been around for quite some time. Talked KCP a bit. Talked about the struggles of last split and the last LAN. I think it was a really good talk. So do me a favor, check it out when you got some time. Do the YouTube things. Like I said, we'll be back tomorrow, 4 p.m. And what I'll probably do is once we're done with this tomorrow, I'll take a little break. But I do want to, I will be staying up tomorrow to watch ALGS. More than likely. We'll see. Like, I really want to, but at the same time, if I'm like super busy tomorrow, and I get this announcement that I can make, if I get this email back tomorrow and I'm doing something Saturday, then I'll need to sleep. So we'll see. But yeah, man, if y'all look for a cool place to hang out outside of stream, hang out in the Discord, man. Otherwise, until we catch y'all. For those of y'all who are hanging out, if y'all haven't already done so, hit the like button. It seems to help a little bit with the algorithm. People tune in afterwards, even if they don't watch a whole bunch, still helps as far as with the Knights who are trying to show that we love and appreciate them. Trying to see if we can get a little bit of support back from them. And if y'all haven't already done so, hit the subscribe button. We're chasing down that first 200, almost to 130. Until we catch y'all back over here for the next one, man. Don't forget, with everything crazy going on in the world today, be true, be you, be sincere, game hard and love hard. All right, y'all? It's your boy Q, signing out.